Welcome everyone. We are here now for the Pushya video. Good to see you all again here. So Happy New Year. It's a new 2026 year. Hopefully you guys are having a good time there. So we'll start with some prayer with EUG and then we go in the normal order, which is Aditya, then EUG and then Dr. Pai and myself. Great. So EUG, go ahead with the prayer, please. Thank you.
I'm going to share my screen so I have an image of Lord Shiva. And I'm going to do two prayers to open today, and I'll explain this when it comes into my turn. So first I'll open with the Guru, naturally, because it's Pushya Nakshatra. So, Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Om Devanam cha Rushinam cha Gurum Kanchana Sanibham Buddhimantam Trilokesham Tam Namami Bruhaspatim. Now, Sri Patanjali Maharaj, Yogena Chittasya Padhena Vacham Malam Sharirasya Chavaidhyakena Yopakarotam Pravaram Muninam Patanjalim Pranjali Ananatosmi. Om Shri Guruve Namaha.
Is everyone doing good?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
2026. What is today's date? 6th of Jan. Okay, perfect. Wait, let me share my screen. You can see the screen?
Yeah, now we can, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great. How is everyone doing? Good? So, Pushya Nakshatra this time. I think officially, the Pi team is now 10 years old. We know each other. We met in January, 2016? And now it is January 2026. So 10 years of acquaintance with Pushya Nakshatra. Okay, so let's start. Pushya Nakshatra. If you see the Pushya Nakshatra, few days back, we were at Hindu University of America, and then we went to the Yoga Research Foundation, and Jyotiranand, his name, the Guruji's name, and he used to put Ramayan every day morning, like the morning will start with, it's in Miami, his ashram. He's a direct disciple of Shivananda, old guy, 94, 95 years old. So it used to be like morning, we have to come there to the Yoga Research Foundation in Miami, and he will put Ramayana, old Doordarshan Ramayana, if anyone knows, of 1987 year. And then we used to watch Ramayana from 8 o'clock to 9:15 with his commentaries and all. So somehow Ramayana got stuck up in my mind. And then I said, okay, to learn about Pushya, we know that in Ramayana, there's a Lord Bharata, is basically his nakshatra is Pushya. Correct? Like Rama was born in the Punarvasu Nakshatra. Bharata was born in the Pushya Nakshatra. Now let's understand, probably to understand Pushya, let's understand the life of Bharata. What do you think the life of Bharata was? How would you describe? Whoever knows Ramayana, can anyone say something?
Devotion.
He was like a ruling. Yeah, go ahead, EUG.
I was going to say devotion correctly placed.
Devotion, correct.
Placed
Devotion.
in the right direction.
Yes.
Absolute devotion.
So that's one characteristic of Pushya. Just understand the themes from Rama and Mahabharata. You will learn more about nakshatras. Okay. Santhip, you were saying something?
Yeah, I was just telling he had to rule Ayodhya, right? In absence of Rama. So
In absence of his brothers. So there is some brother karma too. Brother karma. What else? What else relationships you can think of? Very important. Why the whole problem came?
Mother.
Big
problem with mother.
Problem with mother.
Mother.
So yeah. So this, if you understand the Bharata.
Was placed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Was he in Ayodhya when he was ruling? Not ruling, but he was away from his home too. Away from his family, away from his wife. So that's again a separation theme there. marriage issue. No, I'm not saying marriage may always will be a separation, but he chose separately to live there outside the outskirts of the city. So all these things you will learn. So let's see. So it's a natural. Remember, Pushya comes under what sign? Cancer sign. Cancer is what house it occupies? The fourth house. What is fourth house? Mother. Immediately mother. Home, land, property, real estate, mother, car, vehicle, happiness. And we were just talking about car vehicles and all before we met. It's all those things, themes. So it's a natural fourth house of the Kalpurus chart. So you can think about the fourth house themes. We all know about Bharata and Kaikai. Kaikai was the mother of Bharata, and I don't know if most of our students or people will know about Ramayana, so I'm not going into detail. But Kaikai was the reason for sending Ram to the exile for 14 years, and also she wanted her son, which is Bharata, to become the king. But Bharata did not like that, gave up that idea. So there is always some issues with mother can be. I'm not saying always bad. I have found so many Pushyanitis where mother was a big supportive thing, where father was a problem and mother was basically they were the only child and mother was a big thing in their life. So mother can be supportive too. I'm not saying mother can be against or supportive, or it can be against what, but big themes with mother and all the fourth house themes such as home, land, property. And we saw that he was, as Eve or Santhip ji mentioned about Ram and Bharat, the great devotion. Bharat was supposed to be the incarnation of the Shankha. What was the Panchajanya Shankha, correct? Panchajanya Shankha. He was the incarnation of that. So very great service to Ram, to his elder brother. So there's also karma related to brother, devotion to brother. Of course, he was very much devoted. He did not rule the Ayodhya. He put his footsteps on the throne, and then that was like a symbol that even Lord Ram is not here in the physical absence, but he still uh, Lord Ram is the king of Ayodhya. In fact, so he did not, though he could have become the king, but he did not chose that out of the respect of his brother. So there is a great devotion of brother karma or something like that too can also happen. A big resource for brother. In fact, remember, brother is third house, and this is second from the third house, in fact. And Ram was also very like comes to the Chitrakoot, and then he asked what you want, and Ram says, I will be very happy if you could rule in my absence. So he fulfilled one of the Ram's wish, in fact, you could say. Okay, so that's the story of brother. So that's if you want to know about Pushya Nakshatra, understand about Bharata, and then some themes of Pushya Nakshatra can be there for you. And as I told, his wife was Mandavi, and he did not live in the city of Ayodhya. He lived outskirts. He said, my brother is living in the forest. Lord Ram is living in the forest. How can I live in the city? So he also chose to be outside the city. So what happened because of that? He was separated from his wife. His wife name was Mandavi. Okay, so he was separated from his wife. His wife used to live in the palace in Ayodhya, and he used to live in the outskirts. So there is a physical. Of course, they have shown that sometimes Mandavi will come and visit him. It's not like divorce or something I'm saying, but and there will be some themes when I talk about Brihaspati again. This problem of marriage and other things will come up. So I wanted to say some issues. It can be basically because of job. People are living, I see so many couples. One is living in the west coast, other is living in the east coast of US because job issues. uh, so something because of job can be there. They are living separately, or someone living in India, someone living in US, vice versa. That can happen. Some separation possibilities, or maybe because of parents, old age parents, they have to keep their wife there or something. Anything. I'm not saying always divorce or something it will land up, but something for positive things too. But you will be like some separation from your partner. Okay, who is the deity of Pushya? Brihaspati. Now, Brihaspati has got different names. He's also called Brahmanaspati, Purohita, Angirasa. Angirasa was his father. He was Angiras. Angiras was his father, and he was born son of Angiras, so Angiras. And also called sometimes Vyas. Okay, so his father is Angiras, mother is Surupa, sometimes called Sumitri or Shraddha. Brothers, he had two brothers, in fact, which I was not knowing when I was researching. I came to know he was Samvarta and Uttaya. Wife, he had many wives, three wives basically, Shubha, Tara, and Mamta. From Shubha, he had got 7 daughters. From Tara, 7 sons and 1 daughter. And from Mamta, it was Kach and Bharadwaj. And Bharadwaj is actually the father of Dronacharya. So you can see the lineage of that. Okay. So not much about these daughters and sons here from Shubha and Tara. Tara, we have a different story. I will come to it. But from Mamta, Kach and Bharadwaj were the 2 children. And Bharadwaj is father of Dronacharya. And who is Dronacharya? Basically the teacher of Arjuna. Okay. He's considered as a teacher of gods. In Rig Veda, he's the sage born from the first great light, drove away darkness, bright and pure, carries a bow, whose string is Rita. Rita is cosmic order, basis of dharma. So you can see basis of dharma. So Brihaspati is very much invoked in mantras, in marriages especially. I have seen in my community when they do marriage, like long back when I used to carefully listen to this priest, he will talk about Brihaspati a lot, like many times Brihaspati is invoked. So I was always, I remember when, I don't know, when one of my uncle or one of my cousin brothers marriage. So at that time I knew little bit about astrology. So I was like, this Panditji was saying so many times he will invoke Brihaspati, 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 and then the Mangal Sutra and all, he will chant. And many times that Brihaspati comes into the chanting. So during marriage and all, so somewhere on basis of dharma, establishment of dharma, Pushya Nakshatra can play a role. So naturally, when you think that, one job you can think is of lawyers also. Yeah? Basically maintaining law, maintaining order. So that's one Pushya job basically. Lord Brihaspati as a planet Jupiter, we relate Brihaspati with Jupiter, but that appeared in the text later. So yes, we relate Jupiter with Brihaspati, but that was in the older text. If you see, Brihaspati was different from Jupiter, and later somehow these two were connected. That's what, when I was researching, I came to know that. Now let's talk about the story of Tara and Chandra and Brihaspati. We know this. What happened? Chandra took Brihaspati's wife Tara, and she eloped with him. And there was this big fight between all the planets and all. You know those stories. And then probably Tara also got a son from Chandra, which is nothing but Buddha, Mercury. Okay, so Chandra with Tara, they had a son, which is Mercury. And then, so that's why Chandra Vamshi is basically, and then Mercury married Ila, and then the Chandra Vamshi came from that the whole generation. Yes, we have Surya Vamshi, we have Chandra Vamshi. So remember, Chandra Vamshi is Chandra's Vamsha, so Chandra's lineage. So Chandra's son, Mercury's wife, Ila. That's a whole man-woman story. That's a different story. Will not go into that. And from that, the whole lineage of Chandra Vamshi came in. But what you see this story, the Chandra took the wife of Brihaspati. So again, there is a separation from the wife. There's some issues with the wife. And when she was having the son, Mercury, it was like everyone asked, whose son is this? Is this Brihaspati's son or is this Chandra's son? She was reluctant to say, but then she said that no, it's Chandra's son. And then Brihaspati was not ready to take because it is his stepson, but later he agreed, and Brihaspati took, though his stepson, but he took care of Mercury too. And then finally, it was said in some story I read that Mercury was not happy with it because he was born out of a illegitimate relationship between her mom, Chandra and Tara. So he was not happy. So he decided to go and study and get knowledge and get basically intellectually knowledgeable and all, because he thought that Mercury thought if I am intelligent and knowledgeable, probably then my lineage doesn't matter, because they say, correct, if you are knowledgeable and intelligent, then from where you came, what's your history, doesn't matter. It's what you deliver to the society. And that's how Mercury did go into the forests, learned, became intelligent, and probably that's the story how it happened. But anyway, so let's understand the lineage of Brihaspati. So Brahma, his Manas Putra was Angiras. From Angiras came Brihaspati. From Brihaspati came Bharadwaj. From Bharadwaj came Dronacharya. From Dronacharya came Ashwatthama. So that's the lineage of Brihaspati. So this is the lineage of course, there were other sons and daughters too. But this is what we know goes into the whole Mahabharata thing. So that's the lineage. So you could see all Brahma, Angiras was itself was a teacher. Angiras was the guru of Brihaspati. He was the father also, as well as guru of Brihaspati, as well as for Shukracharya. And then Shukracharya was not happy with Angiras because he was giving more importance to Brihaspati. And he said, no, this is not correct. Since you are a teacher, you should give equal importance to all the students. You can't give just more importance to one of your students who is just your son. So that's why Shukracharya developed an enmity with Brihaspati. And we know Shukra and Guru, teacher of gods, teacher of demons. Brihaspati is teacher of gods, and Shukracharya became teacher of demons. So that's why they are departed, it seems. So remember, Angiras is also the guru of both Brihaspati as well as for Shukracharya. Bharadwaj, Dronacharya. Dronacharya is a teacher of Arjuna. So you can see the lineage of teaching. So another job for Pushya is teaching, learning, counseling, advising, spirituality, all those things. Then I told about law and order, judge, all those things can. So these are the think about the jobs that are associated with Pushya. I will come to the jobs associated with Pushya later, but you can think of all these knowledgeable people. They are very knowledgeable too. Brihaspati, Bharadwaj, Dronacharya, Ashwatthama, though we know Ashwatthama is cursed, but he was also knowledgeable. We know he's still immortal, one of the immortal guy. And he knew the technology of basically how to use Brahmastra and all. Anyway, so where is the Brihaspati Mandir? If you really want to go, there are, like I was searching for two temples in Brihaspati, especially dedicated to Brihaspati in India. One is this Brihaspati Dham Mandir in Jaipur. That's one. And in Tamil Nadu, we have temples for each planet. And in Alangudi, Apatsayeshwara temple in Alangudi is dedicated to Brihaspati. So these two temples, one is in Jaipur, in northern India, and one, if you are in Tamil Nadu, Alangudi. People who have strong Pushya or something who want to go to the temple of Brihaspati can visit these two temples. Okay. And I just thought maybe I'll give you a list of all the temples. Many people do these trips, to Tamil Nadu, visiting the Navgraha temples in Tamil Nadu. And this is the list of all the temples: Surya, Chandra, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Rahu, Ketu. And these are the temples dedicated in for those planets in Kumbakonam, Suryanar Kovil, the name itself. It's all within the Kumbakonam region. So this is the Kumbakonam region. Suryanar Kovil is here, so maybe about 15 kilometers from Kumbakonam to the east side. So these are all the temples within the Kumbakonam region in Tamil Nadu, and surrounding that we have all the temples few kilometers away. Here we have Suryanar Kovil, Chandra Kailasnatha temple, Kailasnatha temple in Tingalur. So here it is. Then we have Alangudi is for Jupiter. We have all the temples here. So if you want to maybe someone visiting Tamil Nadu or something, or who is there, who has got strong Pushya Nakshatra, Pushya Lagna, or Pushya Rashi, or some specific planets there, you could go and visit these temples. If you are in Kumbakonam region especially, it's all very nearby. It's just few kilometers from there. So Navgraha temple, I don't think you may, within 1 or 2 days, you can have all this Navgraha tour. Okay, anyway. What is the symbol for Pushya Nakshatra? One is the different symbols. One is cow's udder, lotus flower, and there's also arrow. Now, when you see about cow's udder, that's something nourishing theme. So nourishing theme. So another job which you can think of Pushya is dietitians. Nourishing, dietitian, maybe something who, not much about doctor, but something about nourishing and other things can be there. It can be not just physical nourishment. It can be, like, for example, teacher is also a nourisher basically for your mental and for your intellectual, for your learning in a different way. It's a mental nourishment. And also lotus flower and arrows. These are the different symbols which you can think of. Now, cow's udder gives what? Milk. From milk, you have a lot of sweets. Correct? So the other thing which is you can be a good chef for Pushya. or maybe something who does. See, remember, when I'm saying all this, think about personalities that is coming in your mind, which when I talk about people who are strongly associated with Pushya Nakshatra, I will think what can come into your mind. Okay, so cow's udder, lotus flower, arrow, these are all basically Pushya symbols. As I like to do, Pushya is basically the seven, I think the eighth nakshatra, correct? Yeah, it's a eighth nakshatra. And you have the Navamsha, Leo, Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio. The Rashi, entire Pushya comes into the Cancer sign. So the Rashi Lord becomes the moon. The planetary lord for this Pushya nakshatra is Saturn. The first nakshatra for Saturn is Pushya. And since we have Leo, the first pada, Sun, Virgo, so Mercury. Third pada is Navamsha pada is Libra, so Venus. Fourth is Scorpio. So we see a lot of Moon and Saturn themes. Saturn, so that's what dharma, that's what righteousness. I said law, I said order, establishment. So that looks like a Saturn to me. And the fourth house is Moon again, mother, all those things. So Moon and Saturn is I should have changed this here, but I did not change. But sorry for that. And there's one more very important degree. We have Pushkara Bhaga here. Pushkara Bhaga at 8 degrees. 8th degree is, I think it is in the second pada. Correct, second pada of Pushya Nakshatra. It's a Pushkara Bhaga, a very special place. Any planet there will be fruitful, or maybe see what happens to your, if any special point such as your Brigu Bindu falls into that or something like that, or your moon falls into that. That 8 degree thing is very specific. So it has got a Pushkara Bhaga part there. The sound letters are hu, he, ho, da. These are the sound for Pushya. Hu, he, ho, da. Hu, he, ho, da. First pada hu, second pada he, third pada ho, fourth pada da. Okay. Now sun transit dates. The Pushya goes from 3 degree 20 minutes of Cancer to 16 degree 40 minutes. And sun typically transits Pushya from July 20th to August 3rd. So around end of July to the first few days of August. So that's when the sun is transiting Pushya Nakshatra. So let's see. This is the Cancer constellation. You can see in the sky, the Cancer looks like opposite, topsy Y pattern. And it is this star is the Yogatara of Pushya, Asclepius Australis, or it is also called as Delta Cancri. Two different names. And if you see when does the vernal equinox falls in Pushya is around 6391 to 7345 BCE. That means around 7000 BCE, which is 9000 years from now. 7000 because we are in 2025. So 2025 plus 7000 will be 9. So from 9000 years from now, vernal equinox was in Pushya Nakshatra. What happened 9000 years back? So I was looking, what happened 9000 years back? What was humanity doing 9000 years back as per the history? So when I saw that, it says around 7000 BC, which is exactly when vernal equinox was in Pushya, humanity was deep in Neolithic revolution, transitioning from nomadic hunting gathering to settled farming. So again, the pattern of food, so from normal, it became cultured. I think we were all junglis. From jungli, we became a much more better civilized. That's what Pushya is. The energy of Pushya is to be establishment, law and order, probably. So we are getting into remember, going to a different level. And which established agriculture in the Near East, early rice cultivation in Asia, and domestication of animals like dogs in the Americas, while megafauna like mammoths neared extinction. So you can see that the rice cultivation, domestication, which is like, we are getting to a, maybe from, as I say, from jungly to a little bit in the civilization part, or getting a bit civilized. So farming and all, when I saw farming and all, that clearly tells me, oh, farming. So we were understanding how to grow crops and all. So that's again a theme of Pushya, feeding, nourishment, and all those things. So that was interesting to see. That's an interesting thing which you must have realized. This is a star or a Yogatara of Pushya, and this blue line is nothing but the ecliptic. So this ecliptic goes through this Yogatara of Pushya. So what am I showing you here? This is the different Yogataras, and this is the ecliptic band here. And if I ask you from this diagram, which nakshatra's Yogatara falls exactly on the ecliptic, what will be your thought? So you start from this side, you go here. Yeah. Pushya falls exactly on the ecliptic. The next is again Magha, very close to the ecliptic. Vishakha, again very close. And then Revati. So these stars, Pushya, Magha, Vishakha, and Revati, Yogataras are exactly on the ecliptic. Other nakshatras, Yogataras can be further south or north. For example, you can see this Swati is way here, way north. Shravana, Dhanishta, way north again. Mula, way south. You have Ardra, you have Hasta, again south, but exactly on the ecliptic. You have Pushya, you have Magha, you have Vishakha, and you have Revati. You must have heard a lot in astrology about Pushya Paksha, Ainamsha, and all those things. Chitra Paksha, Ainamsha, Pushya Paksha, Ainamsha, Lahiri, Ainamsha. Why people use those? Because remember, Chitra is also very close, but not that close. It's 2 degrees south of the ecliptic. But because the Yogatara is exactly on the ecliptic, so people sometimes use Pushya Paksha and Amsha where they say, okay, this is a reference star you could have there. So that's one of the reason why people use. Now Chitra, if you remove this star, then Chitra is also very close. Sometimes people use Chitra also, but remember Chitra is not exactly on the ecliptic, just about 1 or 2 degrees south of ecliptic. But they want Chitra, if you calculate from the first point of view, it falls almost like 180 degrees in the longitude, not in latitude, longitude 180 degrees. So that's why Chitra becomes one of the favorite. Some people, some astrologers use that. Some astrologers also like to use Pushya Paksha because Pushya, they say that the Pushya star is exactly on the ecliptic. So that's one of the reasons why you will hear always Pushya Paksha, Ainamsha and all those. But remember, these are the 4 stars. Now think about if you people have prominent Magha, prominent Pushya, Vishakha, Revati, these stars which are exactly on the ecliptic, do they have a strong sense of time, whether they follow a time very particular or something like that? There are some friends coming into my mind who has got such strong Pushya, Vishaka, and Magha where they have to be with time. I tell them, you tell me a time, I will be ready by that time. So because I know they are not happy if I don't come on time, so better give me a time. And most of them, they will be ready. They will be ready 5 minutes before. Okay. So I've seen sometimes these nakshatras are very particular with time. Maybe because they fall on ecliptic. Ecliptic is nothing but the path of the sun. Well, who is sun? Sun is the one who keeps time, basically. So maybe because of that, maybe we have to do more research on that to try to see that. But take a look and let me know. So Pushya Nakshatra in the end of July and August, what happens in India? It's the monsoon season in India. What are people doing? It is a peak monsoon season. So people are all growing crops, farmers, agriculture. Again, the theme of Pushya or agriculture theme, growing crops, nourishment theme is coming into the picture. Now, I was finding this research and it was said that Delta Cancri was involved in the first recorded occultation by Jupiter. And I was like so amazed. Again, Jupiter we related to Brihaspati, and Brihaspati is nothing but the deity of Pushya Nakshatra. And here we see that it was first involved in the first recorded occultation by Jupiter. So you can see the Pushya and the Jupiter connection here again. So that was interesting to see. Maybe I don't know why it happened that they first recorded Delta Cancris observation with the occultation by Jupiter. So Jupiter was coming in front of the Pushya's Yogatara, and this was recorded way back in BC. Okay, but not by Saturn, not by Mars, but by Jupiter, who becomes the planetary deity of Pushya Nakshatra. So that was interesting to put. The another thing which is very near to Pushya, this is the Yogatara of Pushya, and very here you have a beehive cluster. It's a very famous cluster, And when you look through a telescope, it looks something like this. Yeah? It's an open cluster, star cluster basically. And if you take an image, so I just thought maybe I'll just show you the beehive cluster, which is a very famous cluster in astronomy. Whenever there is Cancer, one of my thing is to point the telescope towards this cluster, where you could see all those stars. And the beehive, and the name itself is beehive, bee, honey. So I always, again, nourishment coming into my mind. But it's a very famous, very near to the Pushya. In fact, we use this Pushyan Yogatara to locate this cluster, if you want to see. We were at HUA last time. I was trying to tell Dr. Vedamji to point towards this cluster, but Pushya was very low in the sky, so it was difficult to see. Otherwise, we would have seen this cluster. So it was not there yet. But if you have Cancer in the sky, try to take a look into this beehive cluster. It's an open cluster, not many stars spread apart. Okay, what are the characteristics of Pushya? It's a star of nourishment, harness creative spiritual energy, basis above sacrificial worship, basis below worshipper, desire is the splendor of spiritual energy. Shakti is Brahma, Varchava, Shakti, power to harness creative spiritual energy. Result of Shakti basis and desire is creation of spiritual energy. So again, you can see a lot of spiritualish energies, spiritual worshipper, sacrificial worship. It's all coming into picture. So again, a lot of this can be a nakshatra with gurus, spiritualist. That also can be another, not a career. Nowadays, it can be a career also. People, guru career, people can have that too. But you will find a lot of people into that too. Remember, Brihaspati is not only spiritual, but also Brihaspati was, if you see the stories, he is a big politician also. A big politician. Yeah. All the strategies, war strategies to Indra, the man behind, yeah, Indra was the person, the face, but the man behind that was Brihaspati. So they can be behind the curtains, and then their ideologies, political themes can also, so they may be involved a lot in politics too. So politicians, they can also be Pushya. Ultimately, it is a fourth house, homeland, you know, security, homeland, so country. So they can be good spiritual diplomats. So all those things can be again be related to Pushya's career. The Purusharth is Dharma, Gana is Deva, Trimurti is Vishnu, animal is male goat, bird is sea crow, tree is sacred figure people, and qualities this is Laghu and Shipra Nakshatra. Fast. Laghu is small, Shipra is fast Nakshatra. What is a tree? The tree of Pushya is the people tree. Okay. People is a very, it's also called Ashwatha tree, and one of the very important tree for Hinduism and Buddhism. Why? For Buddhism, because it is said that Lord Buddha got its enlightenment sitting beneath a Ashwatha tree. So if you go to, I think, Bodh Gaya, which is in Gaya in Bihar, in India, this is the place where Buddha got its enlightenment. Now, this is not the actual tree. This is basically, I will tell you the story of this tree, how it happened. But this is this place where the Buddha got enlightenment. They have put a tree there, which is again an Ashwatha tree. You can see this. This is a picture, huge tree now. But the original tree, which where Buddha really sat beneath that tree is no more. What happened was Ashoka sent his son and daughter. His son was what? Mahendra Varma and Sangamitra. Sangamitra we call in Hindi, but it is Sangamita in. See, this Pali doesn't have R, you know. Mitra become Mita, Dharma become Dhamma, Chakra becomes Chakka, Pravartan becomes Pavatan, Sutra becomes Sutta. So when we say Dharma, Chakra, Pravartan, Sutra, they will say Dhamma, Chakra, Pavatan, Sutra. So there is no R in there actually. So Sangamitra becomes Sangamita actually. And anyway, because I was interested in learning Pali, I learned for 1 or 2 weeks, but then I was in India last time when I visited India. I got some textbooks of that, but then never did go into that. I wanted to learn those Ashoka scripts and all. It will be there. It all starts with fun for 10 days and then my excitement goes away. So Maybe I should learn that because that's a dying language. I really want to learn Pali. Anyway, forget about Pali. Coming back to this here. So what happened? Ashoka sends Sanghamitta to Sri Lanka with a sapling of this tree, and she planted in Sri Lanka. And it was so from the original tree where the Buddha really got enlightenment. So from that, the saplings were given by Ashoka to his daughter and was sent to Sri Lanka. The original tree died, which was there in India, and then later people, because that sapling was planted in Sri Lanka, they got it from Sri Lanka and planted here. So you can say that this tree is nothing but the grandson of the or granddaughter of the original tree. So it's not the original tree, but still. So this is called the Bodhi tree. Okay. So in Sri Lanka, this is the tree. So from the original tree, don't have that original tree. This is Jaya Sri Mahabodhi tree. What is there in Lanka is the Jaya Sri Mahabodhi tree. And from that, the sapling was bought, which is called Sri Mahabodhi in Bodh Gaya. So the original tree, and then the second generation was Jaya Sri Mahabodhi, which is in Lanka. And from that, we have Sri Mahabodhi, which is in Bodh Gaya. So that's the generation of this tree. So here it was. She took the tree in Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka. Okay. So we have the second and the third generation, but remember, this is not the first tree because they said that people, there was again strong rift between Buddhism and all those things. So people uprooted that tree and all finally. Um, so that original tree did not live. The current Bodhi tree, which was this, was planted in 1881 by Alexander Cunningham from cutting of the Sri Lankan tree. So this tree itself is about more than, I don't know, 150 years old, something like that. What we have in Bodh Gaya. But at least we have preserved that. So still, that generation is still preserved. So good for us. So I think people do really go Bodh Gaya. Even today, it's a big pilgrimage center. One of my neighbor in India, actually, my mother was saying she had gone to Bodh Gaya. She's a Buddhist, so she had gone to this last month. She had gone to Bodh Gaya. So they had this annual retreat. I think every December or something, where they culminate together and then they have this Buddhist retreat. They visit all those places. So they have that. But anyway, so people tree, what is this? A sacred tree, as I said, in Hinduism and Buddhism. I wanted to really say, I thought every time I talk about tree, who is interested? No one is interested. So I just used to brush apart. But somehow I met this one guy. I think Eve G also knows him. Connor, Connor Quick. Yeah, he told me, oh, you talk about more about trees because he's into Ayurvedic, and he said, I really look forward for that because he's into Ayurvedic, so he needs that. I said, okay, from next time onwards, I will talk a little bit more on trees. So let me talk more on trees then. So, of course, this leaf juice is used for cough, asthma, diarrhea, ear pain, toothache. There are so many uses you can do. The leaf juice, stem bark can be used for paralysis, gonorrhea, bone fractures, diarrhea, and diabetes. There are several usage of these trees for all different problems: anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-convulsant, antimicrobial. List of things you can have those. Very useful tree. There's one more thing you must have noticed as child. I don't know how many of you have done this. Do you keep this people tree inside the book? Have you kept those? How many of you have done? Nobody from here in this group?
No, I have not done it, but I think I've seen it in Kalash and all that. But yeah.
Yes. They say that if you keep in the book for a long time, as it grows old, you could see the veins, you could see all. I have actually, that maybe I know I should have taken that out. People then using those dried leaves, you could see all that vein structures. And then people can paint those and all. My cousin brother used to do that. He used to paint all those beautiful. I think it may be there somewhere. I just forgot to take that beautiful pictures. So if you keep this again, you see, we don't keep other leaves. It was people tree. When we were young, they will say, "Oh, you should keep people tree," and then there'll be the face of God Shiva coming in the leaf, and all they used to say that, which was all lie. I used to keep that for 1 or 2 years. I kept nothing happened, and then I got bored again. But I remember, I remember keeping this tree. people tree leaf in the book. It's very interesting. Again, we don't keep other leaf. It's only the people tree leaf. And where do we keep? In the book. Again, learning. You see, again, the theme of
Also,
learning.
the story, right? Some sage, so Krishna and other people leave kind of thing. So that's a typical depiction you see. Baby Krishna is basically like the people leave kind of depiction you see because some sage,
Correct.
so Krishna and
Uh-huh.
people leave. So that's interesting for sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that too, we keep it in the book. I remember I kept in when I was what, 9 years old. There was a lot of people trees. So huge leaf kept in my Hindi textbook, in fact. Nothing happened. It was, of course, dried, but I cannot see the veins never appear. But they say if you keep for a long time, then the veins appear. And I've seen those vein structures. You can clearly see the skeleton of that leaf structures there. So that was interesting. Now, why I kept this? Because I have some special point in Pushya Nakshatra. So maybe because of that. Maybe not everyone does. Who has got special planets, they may be doing. Who knows? Anyway, and then I came across this verse. They say it in Padma Puran. They say there is no doubt that the Lord Vishnu is in the of the form of Ashwatha. Ashwatha is people tree. Vata is your banyan tree. It's in Rudra's form, and Palasha has taken up Brahma's form. I was curious to see this. Ashwatha is Pushya's tree. Vata banyan tree is Maga, and Palasha is for the Purva Falguni tree. So it's like, and I think, what is the tree for Ashlesha? I think it's a Nag Champa or something. So that's again, so all the trees of Cancer sign and the Leo sign is, and the Sarpas and all is for the Ashlesha. So we have all Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, Sarpas, all the for all the trees connected with the Cancer and the Leo signs. So that was interesting to see. And this is in the Padma Puran. Ashwatha is for Vishnu, banyan tree is for Rudra, Palasha is for Brahma. So the importance of tree. Seeing, worshipping, and serving them is said to remove sins. These certainly destroy grief, diseases, and the wicked. So, importance of tree. What is the animal symbol for Pushya? Is the male goat, and it's called poor man's cow. Not the goat cannot be a cow, but I'm saying it's called poor man's cow. But because what does goat do basically? Gives you milk.
Goat
And
milk is expensive than cow these days, right? So I don't think it's
yeah,
valid
yeah.
right now. Yeah,
Now I think it's a rich man's cow. I guess I don't know.
right. Yeah.
But they make goat cheese also, right? There's a same one is goat cheese. Some people like, many people don't like. I don't know. But again, nourishment. Oh, goat.
Laddu Baba, before you
Mm.
move on to the from the goat, because I don't have a picture of one, I
Uh-huh.
did want to comment on the goat because not many people know that they identify each other through unique sounds. And they even
Mm.
can learn language. We have Brahmanaspati, Brahaspati,
Yeah.
the
Ah,
Lord of Sacred Speech. They're
correct.
very sensitive to sound. I don't think people know that. So there's more than one reason they probably assigned a goat. They're much more intelligent than you think they are. They can learn names, they can do problem solving, and they have their eyes, that square shape. They
Mm-hmm.
can almost see behind their head because of it.
Oh, okay. Okay. The vision.
Yeah, yeah. So I just wanted to comment that let me put my hand down. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to comment that I mean, they have a lot of interesting qualities. People should look it up. They're not, and they don't eat just everything like people think. They're actually picky eaters, which is strange
Oh,
because you'll see them just eating almost anything. You think they're just eating anything, but they're actually their senses are really heightened. Their sense of
wow.
smell. They can even
Oh, yeah.
smell stale water. So,
Mm.
anyways, there's probably some reason they're associated with the priest as well. I mean, Agni.
Correct.
Agni also rides a goat,
Oh, good.
you know.
Exactly.
So there's
Exactly.
something with this Agni element, Agni
Correct.
Tattva.
Correct.
Like Brihaspati is Ucha in the first pada of Pushya, which is
Yes.
Agni Tattva. So it's just interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Brihaspati. Yeah, Brihaspati exiles at first Pada Pushya too. Yes.
Yeah.
5 degrees. Yep. Yep. when then interesting thing came to my mind, male goat. What we do, Bakra Eid, when there is Eid, what we do? We slaughter male goat, remember.
So,
And
yeah.
and the thing is, it has to occur in a certain specific nakshatra. Do you know when Bakra Eid is celebrated? Because it's a Islamic festival, so it has to be following a certain lunar thing. And when I did that, I saw that whenever you have Bakra Eid, moon has to be in Chitra.
Hmm.
Moon has to be in Chitra Nakshatra because that specific, it's an Islamic thing. So moon, and it's not like Hindu festivals where you dates get shifted here and there. Like our dates also get shifted, but after Adhik Masa is put and then it's balanced out. But this Islamic festival doesn't do that. So whenever you have Bakri Eid, the moon is in Chitra Nakshatra. Now that's very interesting to see that the tiger is the animal for the Chitra, and it's what? From Pushya, it is a third house also. What is third house? We know eighth from the eighth, death. So it was immediately that came out in my mind, and I think only the male goat is sacrificed, not the female goat, right? In Bakra Eid. So that was clear. I said, okay, why Bakra Eid? Why that is special? And then what nakshatra? And it is clearly seen that it is the moon is transiting in the third house from Pushya Nakshatra. So that was interesting to see. So this is for Bakri Eid is on 27th May 2026. But you can take any year, doesn't matter. Moon will always be in the Chitra Nakshatra when it is celebrated. So third house from Pushya, eighth from eighth. And again Chitra, tiger. Bakri Eid. Again, so it's again matches that just thought maybe a nice thing to point out. Okay, careers for Pushya, as I said, nourishment and growth. We saw that dietitians and all those things. Careers in food, dairy, agriculture, nutrition, hospitality, childcare, spirituality, healing, teaching. All those things can be there. Leadership, politician, judges, arts and creativity. So musician, artist, writers, poet. They also can be in Pushya. Finance and commerce, financial expert, gem dealers, business related to gold, especially related to gold, because Jupiter, gold, logistics and stability, transport, road. It was Lagu and Shipra Nakshatra. So transport, road construction, security. Don't worry, I will be blankly saying I got this from ChatGPT anyway, so don't worry about that. So, but you can see that ChatGPT does sometimes it does good work to some extent, to less extent, I will say. I was doing some research on some Adhik Masa in which ChatGPT completely gave me wrong answers. So let's talk about Ravi and Guru Pushyamrut Yoga. People must have heard about this. What is this Ravi? So it says that when Pushya Nakshatra happens on a Sunday, that is called Ravi Pushya Yoga. When Pushya Nakshatra comes on a Thursday, that is called Guru Pushyamrut Yoga. So it's a very to this considered very auspicious day. When Pushya Nakshatra falls on Sunday, it is Ravi Pushyamrut Yoga, and then they say that that's a good day to buy wealth, prosperity, new beginnings, spiritual growth, ideal for buying gold. Again, Ravi, so ideal for buying gold, starting business and all, and it is said to attract Goddess Lakshmi's blessings. When you have Guru Pushyamrut Yoga, that means a Pushya Nakshatra falling on Thursday, then it's a new venture, financial investment, education, anything related to growth, abundance, wisdom, bringing blessings for prosperity and success. So Guru Pushyamrut is very good for education and all. Education or maybe for Jupiter related activities. Ravi probably for politics also you can use maybe for buying gold. So people buy gold generally when it is Ravi Pushyamrut or Guru Pushyamrut Yoga. And both Ravi as well as Guru is for gold. Yeah.
One thing I just want to say, Muhurta Chintamani
Mm-hmm.
mentions this never to get married under
Yes,
the
yep,
any
yeah,
yoga with Pushya. It's good for everything else. They say never to get married under this.
yes, not good for marriage. I've heard that too. It's good for it's sometimes people say that Pushya is one of the best nakshatras out of all the 27 nakshatras they say. Pushya is, but not for marriage, but for learning or maybe for starting a new job and all. Pushya nakshatra is considered generally good. Yeah, maybe marriage is not good, that means. That's what it means, probably. You should not get married then. Anyway, get married, make children, don't worry. Okay, what are the peoples connected with Pushya? So let's see this guy, and he has got what? Rahu is in Pushya. This is MS Swaminathan. Uh, Swaminathan, Mankombu Samba Sivam Swaminathan. I don't know if anyone of knows this. This is a guy who led Green Revolution in India. If you remember India, the condition of India back in 1960s was horrible, especially for food and all. Food grains was short. I don't know. Have you heard those stories? We were not having that much food grains. Indira Gandhi had to call to US, and think the US gave a very bad quality of food. Do you remember that story? I don't know how many of you know that story. That food grain will not even will that food grain was supposed to be given to pigs, in fact, and that was sent to India. Yeah, everyone knows that. You see, it's that's a very low quality of food. We were having very shortage of food. That's when this guy, who is that guy? Before Indira Gandhi, what was his name? The president, Lal Bahadur Shastri, I guess. He was the one. He said, anyway, you all Indians don't eat food because of this vrat, that vrat, Monday vrat, and all this. You know, you do all vrat every week. You in fact do one more vrat on Monday and don't eat, because that was a condition. We were not having food grains. Remember, 60s, we had just come out of independence. So, and then finally, after Lal Bahadur Shastri, 1965 or I think 66, correct? He died at Tashkent. Indira Gandhi became, and then I think it was Nixon she called, and then from here the food grains will go, and it will not be like once. It will be like 2 or 3 ships every 3 4 days, and then that will come to India, and then and that to low quality food, and then Indira Gandhi was fed up, and then she led this green revolution, and then this guy started basically the green revolution. So thanks to this guy, MS Swaminathan, who started. And then today we are basically, proudly we can say that we are the exporters. Not only we satisfy our requirement, but we have become the exporters of food grains. So that's when the green revolution started. So again, this guy, Rahu in Pushya, see, he started the green revolution. There was one was green revolution, one was white revolution. Green revolution was food crops, white revolution was for milk. We'll come to that too later. So this guy was the one who started that, gave food, surplus food, nourishment again. You can see the picture. And Rahu is a big Karaka. So thanks to his role, high yielding varieties of wheat and rice. And India never looked back for food grains after that. So Amul, I was looking to the person's chart, like who was that? Kurian, correct? Kurian Varghese Kurian, but no one was that with strong Pushya. But then I saw Amul. Amul was launched on December 14, 1946. Saturn in Pushya. Even today, the Amul, it's still going on. Amul is a big name in India, in Anand in Gujarat, and that on that day when Amul was launched, Saturn was in Pushya Nakshatra, 15 degree. Some people say 5 degrees is the exaltation of Jupiter. Some people say 15 degree. 15 degree is exactly when the Yogatara of Pushya is. So Amul, the milk. Pushya again, cow's udder. So you can see the concept of milk.
Aditya, what is the Yogatara for Vishaka? What
Yogatara
degree?
of Vishaka is 21 degree.
Oh, 21 degree. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. There are two Yogataras. One is 21, one I have to see the chart. One is
Okay.
21 degree, I know, 21 degree Libra.
Right. Yeah, no, it's interesting because Jupiter in Kendra also, right? So that's interesting actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Who is this guy? Now, when I say knowledge, who is the, like these days, what is our best, who is the best great teacher? Wikipedia, right? Anything which you want, like so many points, we go to Wikipedia. So I was like, Wikipedia, and this was like, this is see, out of Nakshatra, I like this type of video of Nakshatra videos a lot compared to all other videos, because here it makes me to think. Out of all the videos, like people say to do transit videos, people today say to do this video, that video, but I like this Nakshatra videos because that's a point for research for me too. Even in this Nakshatra video, this part is the most complicated part for me to see which persons have what, you know, and that's what I was thinking. And this was suddenly a point. I said, okay, education and Pushya is for teaching, learning, and everything. What in these days, what we do? Who is the source of information, Wikipedia. Then I said, who developed Wikipedia? Do they have Pushya? Then I did go to this guy, Jimmy Donnell Jimbo Wales. He's an American internet entrepreneur. He co-founded Wikipedia, and then it is his birth date, and you can see Mercury is in Pushya. Information. Mercury is what? Information. And one of his Mercury retrograde was in Pushya Nakshatra. So Wikipedia, Mercury is what? Information. Wikipedia is what? Giving information. I said he was basically joined with two guys, correct? Wikipedia. One is that guy, other was this. And even this guy, Venus in Pushya, 8 degrees. Both had Pushya basically. So I think nature somehow brought them together, and Pushya energy combined. That's how maybe Wikipedia came into picture. Getting all this information is also from Wikipedia, basically. Who developed Wikipedia? So I go back, I trace back, I see those. So that's the most fun part of this nakshatra. Out of other things I can do, animal days, trees, everything you can know. But then when it comes to this part, this is what the real research. It takes me time to do, go back. Sometimes it doesn't work. Like as I said, White Revolution, I was looking into Korean Varghese, I was looking at other people's chart. There was no Pushya at all, given what the information is. Maybe their Lagna can be in Pushya, I don't know, the timing. Possibly. I have no idea on that because most of the birth dates, and I'm not talking about Lagna here, especially this Venus. Venus will not change anyway on that day. So sometimes it's a challenge to do this part. So anyway, talking about Lawrence Mark Sanger and Jimbo Wales, both co-founded Wikipedia. One has got Mercury in Pushya, one has got Venus in Pushya. Venus is also a teacher of demons, basically, right? Learning, teaching. Who is this? Ramsey, Gordon Ramsay. This I should say that I took it from Dr. Pai's class when we had. So I stole from when I did learn from him. So I did not do much research. I should frankly say that. Okay, this I did not do much research, Dr. Pai. This I took from what you have taught us 10 years back. And then yes, Ramsay, Gordon Ramsay. Again, which makes sense. Chef. You know, what he has got in Pushya, Jupiter. Somehow this guy timing we know, it was available in the what is that, Astro Data Bank. So we can believe his time. So Jupiter is in the second house of, again, food and all. So that makes again much more sense. But still we have Jupiter in Pushya. I think no need of any more information to be given for this guy. Very well known chef. A lot of TV programs and all, right? Then I said brother karma because I saw Rama and Bharata. So I said brothers is a big thing. So when I said brothers, Wright brothers came into my mind. I said Wright brothers, plane, Pushya is what Laghu and Shipra Nakshatra. So I said maybe Wright brothers can be thing. And that's how, and it's so interesting. I always think in that way and then I find some Nakshatra connections. This guy, Wilbur Wright, what does he has in Pushya? Mars in Pushya. He has got Mars in Pushya. Okay, so Wilbur Wright, Orville and Wilbur Wright. Orville doesn't have anything in Pushya, but this guy, Wilbur Wright, has got Mars in Pushya. So one is like Ram, one is like Bharata, you can say. So he must be like more like a Bharata type. Think of like that, Wright brothers. Okay, finally comes to my section of festivals. What are the festivals that we celebrate in Pushya? As I said, 3 degree 20 minutes to 16 degree 40 and July 20th to August. What are the festivals that come during this period or when the moon is in Pushya? Let's see. The Guru Purnima. Now, if I took the last 10 years and I saw that these are the dates, these are the years where Guru Purnima falls when sun is exactly transiting Pushya Nakshatra. So Guru Purnima, of course. Pushya Nakshatra is connected with Guru. Guru Purnima is celebrated during that time. So makes sense. Guru Purnima is the time when we celebrate. That's exactly when sun is transiting Pushya Nakshatra. The other festival is Shakambari Purnima. Now, what truly speaking, even I never knew about this goddess before doing this. See, that's why it's so much learning experience for me too to do this nakshatra videos. I said, okay, what is this Shakamburi Purnima?
Like Shakamri Puno just got over, if I'm not mistaken, right now.
Yeah, it just got over. It just got over. Okay, you pointed something out. Maybe I'll come to it. It's celebrated in the Saharanpur district of Uttar Pradesh, and it's the goddess who is venerated on that day. What is this goddess? Is the Hindu goddess of nourishment again? That's literally it is called Hindu goddess of nourishment, which is Pushya. And it said that Mahadevi manifested on earth to save the world from drought by slaying the, it should be Asura here, Asura Durgama who caused it. So this is Asura. There was Asura who caused these droughts and all. So she manifested on earth and slayed this demon and basically, and she restored the secret Vedas to Brahmins also from him. So you see, nourishment, food, she's a giver of food, giver of secret Vedas, knowledge as well as nourishment. Both themes are with Pushya Nakshatra. It is celebrated when the full moon is in the Pushya Nakshatra. Now, when the full moon is in the Pushya Nakshatra, what month it is? Is the Pausha month. Paush month is when? Right now we are running Paush month. So that's why, right, Sandeep? Yes, it was actually because last Purnima was basically Shakambari Purnima.
Yeah, in fact, they say it's like so Durga was the Durga Saptashti, you have three avatars called out, right? One is the Mahakali, Mahalakshmi, Mahasaraswati, right? So you have
Correct.
defeating Mahishasura Mardini and all that. So like that kind of thing. Shakambari is considered to be like a future avatar of Durga. So something that's supposed to have happened after that kind of thing.
Okay.
In the final chapters, I think the goddess herself says like I'll come as Shakambari and all that in the future. So it's interesting. Here, yeah, as you mentioned, Devi Bhagavata Purana, it's mentioned that details of the Shakambari avatar actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But see how nicely it fits into when the full moon is in the Pushya Nakshatra.
Right, yeah. She's actually having a lot of vegetables actually. Like her accessories are basically vegetables, which is kind of interesting, So,
You know what? There's a custom in our thing. When we do this family goddess puja, the last day
right. Yeah.
we have to some goddess, I don't remember the
Yeah.
name, where this male we have to put
Yeah.
all vegetables on the body.
Yeah.
It's like
That's
hanging like brinjals
that's
and raw
Shakambari, yeah.
bananas and all, like
Yeah.
we
That's really
decorate.
that, yeah.
It's that. And when I saw that first time, I'm like, what is this? What is
Yeah.
this? And then they say that this is one form of God. And I'm like, what God? Like now it makes me sense that
Yeah.
person is dressed like that, like
Yeah.
as with all vegetables, hanging
Yeah.
vegetables like brinjals and
Yeah.
bananas and tomatoes and onions,
Right.
and it will be decorated in that way, like as a garment. He will wear that
Yeah.
vegetable. So that's I have seen that. Yes, yes. Maybe I need now. Maybe I should ask my mother what it is. Maybe get more information.
Yeah,
Yes.
without so that kind of energy, actually, without doubt, that's what they're capturing for sure, without doubt. Yeah.
Correct. That is done on the last day of the, because that goes like for 4 5 days. So on the last day that is celebrated. I remember that. The other thing is Thai Pusam. Thai Pusam is Thai month. This is a Tamil Nadu, in celebrated in Tamil Nadu. Thai's month is from mid-Jan to mid-Feb. From 14 Jan to 14 Feb is the Thai month. Thai month in Tamil. When in Thai month, when the moon is transiting Pushya Nakshatra, which will happen on February 1st in few days, they celebrate this Thai Pusam festival. On that day, it's a Murugan festival, basically. This is the festival celebrated to commemorate the victory of Hindu god Murugan over the demon Surapadman. On that day, people will take milk pot on their head. Milk again. It's the Kavadi, and then there's a Kavadi Atam. They dance with this peacock dance or the thing, the Kavadi Atam, and then they will have this milk pot carried on their head to offer. So again, milk pot, again Pushya Nakshatra, and it is on the day when the moon is in the Pushya Nakshatra in the month of Thai. Then there's another Pushya Abhisheka. This also happened just recently on 3rd Jan. This is when temples of Lord Ram and Krishna in several places in India, in Jagannath as well as in Ram Mandir and other places and all, they will do a lot of Abhisheka with flowers and all to the deities of Lord Ram and Krishna. again it's called Pushya Abhisheka on the full moon in the Pushya Nakshatra, when the full moon is in the Pushya Nakshatra, in the Paush month, basically. Okay. Flowers, again. So flowers is, I remembered about the lotus flower. And Abhisheka is, you can do, there are a lot of, it's not just not Pushpa Abhisheka, there is water Abhisheka, there is milk Abhishekam and all. So anyway, oh my God, I did talk so much time, more than an hour. Okay. Finally, this is my last slide here, keeping account of everything so far. We have reached a goal of 78 hours, 52 minutes, 47 seconds. We started our first nakshatra was Ashlesha. Guys, we did not do Maga, so next time we have to do Maga. So next time we have to do Maga.
Did we
And
just skip Maga?
yeah, we skip Maga. So we have to do Maga. So
Goodness.
with Maga, we may be finishing the 27 nakshatras. And we started on what day? We started, the first thing was started on 10th April 2017. So how much time? 9 years? So whole 9 years, Navag planets, Navagraha, we are completing. I think maybe in another 2-3 months, April will come and probably we'll be finishing this 27 nakshatra series, which took 9 years to do this. Sometimes I see in the comments, people are saying that this nakshatra, when you are going to do Chitra, Swati. We have done, guys, we have done all these nakshatras. It's all there in the YouTube from Ashlesha, all this. We are not done Maga, but the rest all has been done. I guess we would cross like what? About 85 hours of nakshatra videos at the end of all the 27 nakshatras. So if you start playing, I think it will play for 4 days, I guess. 3.5 days continuously for the nakshatras. It was a journey. It was a journey, and I wished to do another video after Maga to share all this experience. What we learned in these 9 years. What are the experience that we did go through? Maybe we can do after Maga that our thoughts. But next time will be Maga to do, and that's how we will complete the whole 27 Nakshatra series. Long journey from 2017 onwards. So great. I think I spoke enough, a lot, in fact.
No, I think it was a great start. So I was making a lot of notes. I usually make notes whenever Aditya speaks. He is the rising sun. He always brings in points to ponder. So yeah, I will wait for my turn to come to speak about some of the things that are linked to Aditya's topic. But this was great. Great start, Aditya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Okay.
for bringing us to Nakshatra world.
Yeah.
Yes, I think every time I get into this, I've been doing this for 10 years now. There is always so much that we can unravel. I will talk about many of these stories when my turn comes up, but I really want to listen to Eve G and what she has to say right now. Yes, Eve G, take it from here.
You see my screen? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Paiji. And it is a time again to honor teachers. So thank you again. We're really fortunate to have come to Nakshatra world through you. Even if I was studying, for years, there's something about this group that's been unique and clarified my own understanding. I also learned from each of you a lot. It surprises me because it's a little more than books or anything like that. It's just your fresh, spontaneous understanding, and especially when you get more experience. So let's dive into Pushya, guys. I'm going to do my best. I first want to just bow before the real guru and just remind myself and all listening how ignorant I am. If my ignorance misleads you, please forgive me. And I want to begin today by asking forgiveness from anyone, not that they'll even be listening to this, that I've ever taken their peace of mind away. And this is going to be a big topic with Pushya, which is the mind. Togi, when he imitates me, he's like, the mind. I think I realize what an obstacle this thing is, and or a friend. And we are going to explore some of that today. So I'm going to get up a few presentations. I did a little extra work for everyone listening today because I'm realizing, as Dr. Paiji said, there's so much to unravel. There's no way to do it in one of these sessions. I mean, even though we go on for hours, there's no way. As we know, there's just no way to cover everything. And I want you to walk away from listening to this with something that you can actually use. Okay, so with Pushya, because we are dealing with Brahaspati's Nakshatra, I want to start properly. The master of the mind. Togiji, the mind. So the master of the mind, I have to say, Guru Patanjali Maharaj, the incarnation of Adishesh. We go back to the Ramayana, we have Lakshman as Ashlesha Adishesh, and we have Bharat, who Togi, I'm also going to speak about Bharat for a minute, but very different points than you. So I'm so happy that you brought that. Yeah, so it's interesting because you brought up some things but different angles.
It's all through the Yoganandas, no, not YRK.
Yeah.
From that Ramayana series which we watched.
Oh yeah. Swamiji, Jyotirmayananda. Yeah, no, we've been watching that Ramayan with him, and he's been making those comments, and they're really profound, actually. But I want to highlight this yogas chitta vritti nirodha. What is real yoga? And the critical point that someone who has psychological suffering, mental suffering, which we all do endure in a human lifetime, the critical peak of that often leads people towards yoga, mantras, ashrams, these kinds of things. And I just want to remind everyone what they're originally seeking before we begin. You're not originally seeking some magnetic character to just take away your troubles in the form of an external guru. If you are, then you're not really seeking. You're just seeking outside yourself. Real seeking is internal. And that internal seeking often gets lost by these charismatic characters. We're going to be talking a lot about influence in Pushya. When Togiji was talking about these guys that made Wikipedia, what do you think they're doing? They're influencing all of our minds. And we're going to go down a rabbit hole a little bit, guys. I'm not trying to go into conspiracy, but I have to highlight how powerful Pushya is in this element, influence. Who do we blame all our psychological problems on? Mom. Mommy and daddy. Mommy did this or didn't do this. Daddy did this or didn't do that. The fourth house gets infinite blame. I'm messed up because of my parents, right? Is it?
100%.
You see? But who is it up to? So I want to give you your sovereignty back. I want you to go back towards your internal sovereignty and stop blaming external circumstances for your pain.
Easy to blame others, right?
It is easy to blame others, and Pushya is all about the internal search for truth. That is the nourishment. So when we go to an ashram, when we go to these gurus, when we go to these figures, I can't tell you how many people try to get close to internet figures or this or that, thinking they're going to be happy once they have your friendship. Sometimes they find what they're looking for in an internet personality or a guru. Sometimes they find it. But if it's being found in someone that's outside of you, it's not real. Okay, so we'll move on from Patanjali Maharaj. I wanted to honor him again. His Yoga Sutras are the remedy for Cancer Rashi and the fourth bhava. And Pushya is at the heart of it. Okay, so let's go into Bharat. And Togi so wonderfully amplified all the key points, so I don't need to go over those again. The heart is in the right place. With Bharat, he had the blessing of his devotion being correct. And one of the defining features of that properly placed devotion, because it wasn't his brother, it was in an external person in a way, but he understood his brother was Vishnu. He understood his brother was, by serving his brother, he was internally serving his Atman. It wasn't an external dependency of happiness. He refused to steal. And so I often talk to some of my class about how each graha has an element of one of the yamas and niyamas, specifically the grahas that carry tattvas. So we have Brahaspati, who rules the nakshatra of Pushya. He's Akash tattva. And we have Shukra, Mangal, Shani, and Bhut. They all rule a tattva. And then we have Pancha Mahapurush yogas for this reason. And we have the yamas and niyamas of Patanjali, and each one of the grahas actually gets two of those. With Guru, it's asteya, non-stealing. Bharat was Pushya Nakshatra. He would not take the throne that was not his. He would not go out of his place and encroach on a territory that was not his. It took Ram telling him where he belonged for him to do the duty. We steal peace of mind. We steal time. We steal things that are not ours all the time. And this actually damages Guru. It damages Pushya Nakshatra and prevents you from really nourishing yourself. This is what's interesting about this. When you steal from someone else, you can't get nourished by that. This is why you have so many stories of these in the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana. You have so many stories of when a guru realizes that a disciple isn't fit. Have you noticed what happens? Parsurama with Karna. May the knowledge fail you when you need it. You have abused my trust. You've come in here like a thief. You see this? This is really important. All the stories of Guru are going back to stealing. His wife gets stolen. The avatar of Brahaspati is Vaman. Bali, Mahabali, is taking over. He's a good king. There's nothing wrong with him. He's just taking everything. And what does Vaman do? Vaman avatar puts him back in his place, gives him the proper sovereignty over what he's responsible for, and gives everyone else back their space. So this Bharat is a very powerful figure because he will not take what is not his. That's one of the most important things with Pushya. We're going to get into this in detail. Stealing others' attention, influencing their mind. We're influencers on YouTube, right? Be careful what you're putting in someone else's mind, okay? So we've got all this family karma, just like Togiji was saying, the mother. The mother is the one that wants to give him something that's not his. And the mother, interestingly, was very weak-minded, meaning she was influenced by a servant. Bharat was very strong-minded. His shame on you. You're not my mother, let the world know it. Shame on you. You would be influenced by such ambition. So this is where Brahaspati in the sign of Pushya becomes very serious. Okay, because Brahaspati is said to be the highest benefic, but why? So I talked about this a little bit in Pushya. He's actually a master of weapons. We pray to him to win wars. Without him, Indra can't win the war. He's victorious in battle. As a matter of fact, sometimes he's even equated with Indra. And his Adi Devata is Indra. Okay, so this is not a simple, soft energy. When we talk about Guru being the highest benefic, we need to understand why. And when we talk about Pushya being nourishing, I think we need to pull the reins and understand what we're looking at, because we could be misadvising. We could be giving the wrong advice to someone that's come to us for a consultation. We could be giving wrong advice to a student. We could be reading our chart wrong. Pushya is not a simple nakshatra. It's actually one of the most complex, and it is by far the most psychological nakshatra. Okay. So even Shukracharya is said to be born in Pushya, Magha, and Jeshta. Those are his three nakshatras, right? The two grahas that get strength in the fourth house are who? Moon and Venus, right? The two psychological guys. And Guru gets Ucha there, right in the heart. And he owns that nakshatra. Okay, so let's go over some key points here as I'm just addressing. Why is a cow's udder? Indra and the Devas milked Brahaspati like a cow for Brahma Vidya. Okay. Home is where the heart is. These little sayings, there's no wealth like peace of mind. What does childhood take from most of us? Peace of mind. I mean, I'm kind of joking. Sometimes it gives us peace of mind, but even watching our parents age, family always somehow gives peace of mind and takes peace of mind, right? It's always the intimate things that give and take peace of mind more than anything else. Okay, so Brahaspati is asked to protect our buddhi, manas, and chitta in the Navgraha Kavacham. He's not asked to protect anything else besides our intelligence and our discernment. He's actually asked to protect our intelligence. All the other grahas are protecting some physical organ, or even Mangal, he's protecting your face. Rahu is supposed to protect your tongue. Bud is supposed to protect your throat, and so on and so forth. In Brahaspati, we say, protect our intelligence. And this nakshatra really highlights emotional or psychological intelligence being superior to mere logic. And what do I mean by that? Do I mean that getting emotional makes you more intelligent than logic? No. Logic is superior to getting emotional and reacting. But emotional intelligence exercised in a high way, responding in an adaptive, intelligent way is most superior, more superior than logic. When we have higher emotional intelligence, logic is secondary. In many situations, actually, logic is typically included in that somehow. So we're going to see a lot with psych war, psyops, psychology, and the one who is praised or blamed, the guru, the mother, this person hurt me, right? This person did this to me. They stole my mental peace. Okay, yeah, you interact with human beings, it's going to happen to you. So you've got to decide whether you are responsible for your peace or not. Okay, so we've got a few stories that really highlight Brahaspati's real character. The story of Indrani. Does anyone know this? Nahusha. He gets put on the throne of Indra when Indra's is cursed. And he desires Indrani. I'm going to go through these stories really fast, guys, like kindergarten. The main point of this story is Indrani goes to Brahaspati. She's panicked. She says, I don't want to marry this guy. What can I do? Indra's cursed. Brahaspati's calm. He says, no problem. Say yes. Say yes. And she's panicked. I can't say yes. He said, say yes, but tell him that the Sapta Rishis have to carry the wedding palanquin. The palanquin, I can't say that word, sorry guys. They have to carry you and him on their shoulders.
The palki, right?
Palki, yes, thank you. That's a better word. I can't say the English word. So they have to carry this. No, Brahaspati knows that this guy has enough merit to wreak havoc. So he's got to drain the merit. He's got to bleed out the merit. He's got to outwit him. Similar to Krishna, outwitting the Kauravas and even the Pandavas. Similar to Vishnu, it's said that Brahaspati has to do Vishnu's job for the Devas when Vishnu's not available. This is what it said in some Purans. So Brahaspati says, don't worry, just have him do this because he knows his psych. He's a master of psych war. He knows this guy is going to be arrogant, and he knows that he needs a curse from a Rishi. He knows that's the only thing that will drain the merit. And it happens. He kicks Agastya Muni, I believe, and Agastya is just not the one. Don't kick him. He gets cursed. He becomes a lowly Naga, and Indrani is saved. Okay, same thing. This Charvak philosophy. Everyone know about the atheistic philosophy that has Charvak. Everyone know about that? So, some schools of thought, not all schools of thought, some schools of thought say that that is what Brahaspati taught the Asuras when he took the form of Shukracharya. So he's a trickster in order to drain punya or merit, and in order to mislead the enemy, he's like a spy. He takes the form of Shukracharya and he teaches all the Asuras atheism to drain their merit. So they stop doing their tapas. Shukracharya comes back and he's so furious at their stupidity that they even believed that that was him, that he would ever teach such a philosophy. They even lose their own guru from it. Brahaspati is so effective at turning the tables of the enemy just by these little things, just by calculating how someone will sin, how someone will waste their merit, how someone will mess up and fall into the trap. Do you understand where I'm going with this? This is psych war. Story of Kutch, his own son. He sends his own son as a spy. He gets his son to fall in love with Shukracharya's daughter so that he can get the Sanjeevani Vidya. You know why? Master of psychology. He knows the Asuras will kill him, his own son. He knows that if Shukracharya's daughter is attached to the son, that Shukracharya will use the Sanjeevani. This is psych warfare. It's nothing other than that, guys. Okay, so he's a master strategist. So Togiji covered Tara and Chandra. This is what brought Brahaspati to his knees more than any other thing. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the Purans, Brahaspati is completely distraught and destroyed by the loss of Tara. He actually even says he still loves her when he takes her back. He doesn't punish her. So this idea of him being stone-hearted isn't true. It's actually expressed that he's so in love with her that even Rudra, now there's so many Purans and there's so many versions. I don't remember which Puran this is in, but even Rudra feels empathy for him. Rudra goes against Shukra and Chandra to get her back, as he's in so much pain. So there's some bad thing around marriage here that's kind of brokenheartedness, the seat of the fourth house. Once again, happiness being on the outside being dangerous for the mind. Our minds, as soon as all of our happiness is invested in a person outside of us, it's very destabilizing. It doesn't mean don't love. It doesn't mean not to have the courage to love. As a matter of fact, we need that sadness. We actually need to go through that. That's part of emotional intelligence, and that's part of spiritual intelligence, that we can't control what another person does to us. We can't be a coward and not love. And Brahaspati is like that. He actually loves her regardless of this. He's not a coward. He loves. Even though she hurts him, he loves. Okay. The story of Hanumanji, the rejecting of disciples that are not fit. So this is that traditional side of the teacher that, you're a monkey, you're not fit. But Hanumanji was fit. So this is that prejudice that Brahaspati can have, okay? Dronacharya. Dronacharya is said to be an amsha of Brahaspati. He's said to be Brahaspati in human form. So it's interesting that Togiji showed his lineage. Now, he was a master of divine weapons and what? Warfare. Once again, warfare coming in with Brahaspati. Once again, master of weapons. And once again, family love. Family love being really powerful. What kills Dronacharya? What killed?
Ashwatthama's news, correct? That news.
Yes, that his son is dead. And what does he do? He sits to die.
Yeah.
So Brahaspati loves deeply. Brahaspati loves so deeply, he's willing to die if the person he loves dies. This might be the warning there with Pushya in marriage or Pushya in these kind of relationships, because Pushya can be, the dark side of Pushya can be manipulating this and knowing that people depend on their emotions to define situations. And that's the dark side of it. God forbid that falls in the hands of a narcissist or something, because you're in trouble. If Pushya falls in the hands of someone with dark psychology, you may be in trouble. If it falls in the hands of someone that is illumined and means you well, then you may have never met a better person. And this is the real trick with Pushya is that you just don't know because our age. So this brings into focus this Shreyas and Preyas concept. What is truly good for you, Shreyas, versus what Preyas, what is pleasant to you and seems good in the beginning, is going to mislead you. So this idea of pursuit of happiness is in all human beings. And you know, Togiji, another thing we lined up on is the Buddha's birth star is said to be Pushya. Some people say Vishaka, but a lot of people say Pushya. And the Buddha was all about happiness inside. Brahaspati is the Lord of Dhyana, meditation. Lord of meditation. Meditation is defined as what by Patanjali Maharaj? Unbroken flow of water. The awareness is an unbroken flow. Does that sound like discipline? No. Meditation is not discipline. If you're disciplining meditation, you're not meditating. If you're not falling in love with your meditation, you're not meditating. It is an unbroken flow of the awareness towards one thing. There are things we meditate on. Anger. People don't break that when they're angry. Vengeance, jealousy, all these things we love, you know, it's like humanity for whatever reason tends to meditate on these things, lust, greed, whatever. We meditate on movies, we meditate on all kinds of things. Anything where you have an unbroken flow of concentration is meditation. That is why Brahaspati is in the heart of the fourth house, which is the seat of the mind. Patanjali Maharaj says the seat of the mind is the heart. If you know the heart, you know the mind of all. That's what he says. Okay, so head of psych war. Head of psych war for the US for a long time, PsyOps, and who was also a high priest of the temple of Set, which is the Asuras, 100%. We have Michael Aquino. And what I want you all to see is that when Pushya was activated, he got all of his degrees, because Pushya is ruled by Shani, which I'm going to show you in my next slides. When this was activated, he even wrote a book on PsyOps. So don't take my word for these things. Look at it yourself. It woke up his Shani and Pushya in the 8th, and he wrote books. A legacy that he left behind is on PsyOps. Military defense strategies. He was defense or military intelligence. Another thing I want to show you guys about Shani Nakshatras in general is that Mercury Saturn, he retired. Okay, now interesting, because that woke up Pushya. Here's another Pushya moon in the 4th, another general. So really speaking, though, I heard his name so much. My dad talks about this history all the time. This is a big general. You're seeing where I'm not very, I'm not the queen of US history, okay, guys? But you can look this guy up. So he is a major general. Pushya moon in the 4th. And you know, he was known for having a lot of addictions. And this is another thing with Pushya, by the way, guys, is addictions. There is something with addictions and medicines, like especially to prescription drugs and things like that with Pushya. You'll see a lot of nurses and things like that, but you'll also see people that psychologically soothe through eating or taking substances. Okay, so what I wanted to show here is Saturn nakshatras with retirement. Shani getting provoked, or some nakshatra of Shani getting woken up, and the person actually retiring. And both of his Shani Antardashas, that he did it. I mean, I see this in my work all the time, and I knew that I would see it. I just pulled up his chart, and I was like, oh yeah, same thing. So he retired from presidency, resigned from the army, all when the Pushya woke up in the 4th house, which is actually going internal. 4th house is going back to intimacy. Okay. So let's pull up some of these other things, guys. And let's go over some basic things of Pushya. All right. So Dashapati is Shani, Rashipati is Chandra. Now let's take a look at this further. I've often said that the 4th house is most concealed, is the seat of the mind. Now, the main thing I wanted to highlight here, though, is this aspect of constantly looking on the outside for happiness, which, interestingly, if you look at the story, the Ramayana, everyone's going through separation. All the brothers are Cancer moons, all of them. They all have a moon in Cancer. So the Punarvasu, Pushya, Ashlesha, all of them. And it's interesting because most of them are away from home. Most of them get separated from their spouses. So Dr. Paiji, have you noticed that? Every single one of them, Lakshman is separated, Ram gets separated, Bharat. It's just, I don't know about Shatrugana, but they all pretty much go through separation from homeland, separation from partners. All of them are having to find themselves within. This is the whole point. It's such a simple point, but it's not so simple, is it? It's really not so simple. So guys, I wanted you to take screenshots of this, those of you who are serious students and studying. Looking at the Vishnu Trimurti element of this nakshatra actually could be really important. And I have some things listed here for you. You can just take screenshots. I wanted to really highlight the Mangal Venus Shani attribute of Vishnu Trimurti, but I wanted to talk a little bit about Pushya here. So we have Mangal protect, Shukra provide, Shani prolong. Okay, if you can just remember those P's for the Vishnu Trimurti. And you'll notice that each one of them the devatas are doing something like that. Like most of the Mangal nakshatras, because Mangal is Deha Karka, the indicator of the body, and he's Bhumi Putra, he's the body. Most of the gods of the Mangal nakshatras are dealing with our medical health. Even Vishwakarma, he's your architecture and your DNA. He's completely your physical body. Chitra is your physical body. That's why Venus is Nietzsche in it. Venus is not supposed to be trapped in form. So the Chitra is your form, and it's all the things that provides the structure of that form. So you'll see Soma is a Rasa Dhatu in Ayurveda, which forms all the other tissues. So there's something very protective about each one of the Mangal nakshatras medically for the body. And if they're affected, it causes really ill health. When you look at the Shani nakshatras, you notice that they all have a basis of stability. They all have some foundational element. We have Brihaspati, that is the stability of your mind. That's really the prolonged ability for you to have peace of mind, relates a lot to your fourth house, relates a lot to Pushya. And people who work with the mind, we're going to see that too. I've got some things on that too. So your sense of self, everyone relates that to Surya, but isn't it interesting? You do have the psych quadrant of the chart that's really concealed, and Leo and Cancer are both over there. But sense of self is coming from the moon very powerfully. Don't underestimate that. People keep saying that's Surya, but no one knows Atman. We only know Manas. So if the waves of the mind are all out of control, your sense of self is wrecked. It's actually moon. Moon is seeking stability because it's not stable. Surya is not seeking stability at all. He doesn't need to. Moon is seeking stability. Moon bounces all over the ecliptic. Your mind needs a focal point. It needs the Lord of meditation, Brihaspati. It needs dharana. It needs concentration. Otherwise, your stability is all thrown. You can get a person happy in the rain and homeless. And you can get a person miserable on the throne with gems all over them and all the lovers at their disposal and all the weapons at their disposal and all the protection in the world. And they're living in this tiny little fearful state. Look at all these kings that just go crazy. And then look at the homeless people that when you try to give them money, they throw it back at you. I don't want your money. I don't want your problem. Like the people that Alexander went to in India that were in the forest. They're like, we don't want your problems. We're spending our lives getting rid of the problems you've got. You keep those problems. Diogenes was the only person I think that Alexander ever bowed to. And Diogenes lived in a barrel with dogs. You know what Diogenes said to Alexander? Alexander came up to him and his first comment was, I don't care who you are, you're standing in my sunlight. I don't care. And it said, go. And Alexander was impressed by that sense of self that doesn't need anything, just living in a barrel. What does he need? So this Brahaspati, no one can defeat that. No one can defeat that. Internal happiness, no one can defeat. However, anyone can take your external happiness from you. So all the Shani nakshatras deal with some foundational thing that if you lose it, you lose balance. If you go against the law of Mitra, you're also in trouble. This cosmic order. So these things are really important to contemplate. You guys can take a screenshot whenever we go, whenever the Pi team discusses these things, we can look at them more. But all of the Vishnu Trimurti nakshatras, all the devatas are doing something very specific to prolong life. Okay, so there's that. And this is my last part coming now. Okay, now I'm going to remind everyone, because every time I have taught a class, there's someone that always says, this isn't me. It might be someone else. Look at whether it applies to other charts. Okay, I'm sorry to be firm here, but this is how we need to look at these things. If you want to learn, be mature in your learning. So if one of these things don't apply to us, it's okay. Okay, but you might see 3 other things applying. So it depends on which planet's there, which this there. Not everyone's going to be a psychological genius that has Pushya. However, you are going to see it a lot. You are going to see it a lot. The mother is the first psychological influence, the first guru. And whether the mother knows what she's doing with her influence or not really doesn't matter. It still affects you. And that's kind of how Pushya works. Whatever Pushya is, you're just going to get nourished by it. Even if it's not proper nourishment, you're going to learn to survive that climate. Okay, so there's something going on here with Pushya. Influence is the key word. So I have all these charts. I'm going to find a way other than my website to make this available to viewers because it's not working so well. I get people saying that they can't. I might even have it on my email. So my email is admin@jyotisiddhanta.com. I might have an auto response with these files that you guys can download. So maybe email that. I'll try that tonight. If that doesn't work, I'll try to get it to you. But so many influential people have key planets in Pushya, guys. Twiggy started a whole fashion trend of being undernourished, of being really skinny.
Who's Twiggy?
Twiggy, look her up online. We could maybe look at her here. Let's see. She started a whole trend of being too skinny, like being undernourished, looking almost like a child too, like not eating. It was, a lot of people kind of fashioned themselves after her. And so if
So she's
we
like a
could,
supermodel in Britain kind of thing. Interesting.
yes,
Okay.
yeah. So you see this Pushya, you guys can see it, right?
Right.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, this heavy Pushya. Influence is big, like I said.
And Mars in Pushya, you see.
Mm-hmm,
This
Mangal.
Mars in,
But that would
yeah.
be a Nietzsche Bhang Raj Yoga according to traditions, so it's, Mars is
But
really big.
Mars is physical body too, so maybe that's
It's interesting. A lot of context around just looking undernourished. Okay, so we have Grant that we looked at. David Bowie. David Bowie. He was born into Pushya, right? He's a Pushya moon as well. And Shani is awake with David. David Bowie is a big influence. You guys know who that is too, right? A lot of singers, by the way, guys, because Brahaspati, I didn't want to go over that portion here because so many frontmen have some influence in Pushya. It might not be the moon, but so many either have hymned Pushya. We're going to actually look at hymned Pushya too. Hymn nakshatras are very big. I always go over that with my class. It has to be just one nakshatra in the middle. It can't be 2. But David Bowie, I mean, these people are dramatic. They have a flair, very dramatic, theatrical, moon, drama, Brahaspati, Jimi Hendrix, Pushya. Okay, Jimi Hendrix also, for those who don't know, I'm sure most people know who these are. Really big names. Really big names, really dramatic, big stars. Okay, there's a lot of Pushya in the entertainment industry. Kishore Kumar,
yeah,
one
a
of the
lot
best.
of
One of the
I think
best.
A lot of Pushya in music and other
lot
things.
of, yes,
Yeah.
in Australasia, Cancer in general, because the moon's a singer, you're going to see this a lot. But Pushya is big for these guys. I mean, you guys all know Kishore Kumar, right? We have, just for people who don't know, he's one of my favorites. Big time, beautiful voice. Tyagaraja, another Pushya. So for people who don't know, let's just look that up, guys. I'll just keep going. Yeah, you could go down a huge list with music and influence. Influence on the masses is really big with Pushya. Now, this is an interesting thing. Vivaldi, another, he's a classical musician. I don't want to, there were so many charts, I just had to throw a few on here for tonight. Now, hymned Pushya, we've got SPB. Okay, you guys know who he is. I can put it here for people who don't. So very famous singer, very sweet voice. Okay, so let's just click on a few of these. So we've got, here, let me just post this in here too so that people can see this is more singers, right? So all these very famous singers, a lot of them have this influence. So he's going to have Pushya hymned. So this is how important hymned Pushya or hymned nakshatras are. All three of these big time music producers and writers, Ilayaraja, I mean, huge in the Tamil. These are some of my favorites too. I was surprised. I was like, wow, they all have hymned Pushya. So this is that hymned Pushya scenario. So
Why
it's
you consider always this hem nakshatra? Like why this? Because I know you had done this in your class.
because you actually can't use nakshatras without using it. It's actually more important than yogas, like
Okay.
yoga combinations. So when two planets him in a nakshatra and you run the time period of that him nakshatra, you're going to get a hyper release of fruits of karma phalita. So actually, him nakshatras are really interesting. They will operate even without the time period running. A lot of nakshatras only release the fruits when you run the time period. When you have him nakshatras, it will be a focal point of the person's life. And
Oh,
when the dispositor runs of that nakshatra, it's yeah. So this is why I'm showing like these guys classically fit the Brahmanaspati, meaning the voice, Vachaspati, the voice, right? The music. Guru is Akash. So
okay,
interesting that,
I'm going to ask one more question, which will take a little
yeah.
bit deviation. So hem nakshatra is fine. Do you find something different properties of this hem nakshatra? For example, Pushya hemmed between Jupiter and Saturn, and Pushya hemmed between, let's say, Mars and Jupiter will be causing two different
Yes.
effects on Earth, correct?
Yes.
So,
Yes. All the students that you've met in my group, they're all studying that. Yes. You can actually predict the events based on the grahas hemming. It's very different to have Mangal and Rahu hemming than Venus.
Yeah, so it's basically like, yeah, sorry to interrupt you. So basically, it's like Kartari, the Shubh Kartari, Pap Kartari at the nakshatra level, right? That's what you're telling by him thing,
It
right?
doesn't work exactly like the definition of those yogas, but yes. Okay, it's that principle. If that's a yoga, why wouldn't a him nakshatra work?
Exactly right. Yeah, yeah.
People don't
Okay,
do
that
enough
makes
with nakshatras, so then they think something like this is just a little thing, and it ends up being very big.
yeah, sorry,
So
I deviated a
no,
bit.
no, it's a really good question. Other students might be thinking it's a really good question. So this is a really important thing to look at. So hymned pushya is really an interesting thing to see. So you'll see a lot of musicians with it. You'll see a lot of influencers, a lot of people that influence the mind of others. One of the major influence of the minds of others is music, art, fashion, these things. Also food, hospitality. So this gives that psychological element to Pushya that's really powerful. Okay, now Lata, she's got a B rating birth time that is an estimate. And just a little bit before the birth time they give her, actually her moon goes back into Pushya. It's first Pada Ashlesha, but it had just moved there within 15 minutes. So she's a little bit of an interesting case. I don't know. I'm not going to express an opinion on it. I just wanted to show it for students. Carl Jung. Everyone know who he is? master psychologist. He's one of the most studied psychologists today. For those who don't know him, I'll pull him up here. Okay, oops. Okay, I mean, one of the most celebrated psychologists ever and unique. He's known for many things, but dream analysis is really specific. Very interesting guy. And let me go to his chart again. Let's open another link. So here we see that his Dharmapati, which is the Nakshatra Lord of Dharma trine, which is Surya for him, is in Pushya, Surya. And he's a master psychologist. Another fourth house moon, by the way, too. You're going to see this a lot with those guys. Some fourth house element, a lot of times. A lot of these guys, and it's Bharani of all things, he analyzed dreams. This chart's a really good chart to study for these things. But I'm just highlighting the Pushya here. Galileo, celebrating intelligence here. One of the first recognized really Western astronomers. I mean, like some discoveries in that area, right? Galileo. I'm not so familiar with Western, but Saturn, Jupiter, and the Lugna in Pushya. Intelligence, influence, again, influence. I have more on Charvak here, so anyone can take a screenshot. And this is just how that philosophy has been weaponized. And this gets me to my final portion, guys. I want you to walk away with something you can use besides just Jyotish. Jyotish is very helpful, but life skills in this environment where we're always under mass hypnosis by the media, by everything. Everything is mass hypnosis. Let me tell you, that was when I studied hypnosis or hypnotherapy. They went through with us all the ways we're influenced daily. It's shocking. Our brains are so suggestive. It's just shocking, nearly terrifying. Our minds have been so studied by these people. What I'd like you to walk away with today is yourself. Reclaim your passions from politics, from fashion, from trends, what's cool to be, what's not cool to be. Reclaim yourself from teachers, from influencers, from even your own likes and dislikes. Who are you without those likes and dislikes? Because I'm going to tell you one thing, you've been studied, and I'm about to show you how you've been studied. So please take a screenshot, anyone interested in this aspect. I'm just provoking some questions for you. What your mind consumes will come out through your mouth. All of this stuff you think is not important, playing video games, watching Netflix, all of that, you are nourishing your mind with that escapism. You're meditating on it. That is the definition of meditation, is when you forget yourself and you're just flowing, your concentration is flowing towards something. Boy, I'm having the Shukracharya experience. My eyes are really getting me on this Pushya. Sorry guys about the glasses, the light. Okay, so we've been studied, and this is a late study. They've been studying us for a long time in the West for sure. They know that we identify with people that look like us, talk like us, fit in our economic group. They study how we respond and get provoked through things. They know that we waste a lot of energy on passion. So whether they get you on desires of passion or anger at another group of people, they know they're draining your energy so that you'll be less likely to rebel. And this is not a conspiracy. This you can look yourself. Why do we invest so much in a PSYOPs department? All countries do. It's not only to spy on other countries, it's to control the citizens. Be intelligent. Do not identify only with your race, your income class, your education degree, your religion, your political leaning. They are constantly keeping you in a state of fight or flight. Your anxiety is frying your brain. Your adrenals are going, your cortisol is going, you're distracted. If I can say one thing to you about gay people, or one thing to you about white people, or one thing to you about this person over there, and you're provoked, you're not safe like you think you are by being provoked. This is what I want you to understand about this kind of psyops. If I can provoke you, I have already won. Because your passions are on the surface and you're easy to control. And it is depressing and sad that we are like that, but do not fall for this. This was an actual study called Birds of a Feather. Because if we have the energy, we will unite and overthrow corruption. We wouldn't have even said yes to AI, I believe. If we would have understood the fallout that may happen from it, we may not have even said yes to it. But we weren't given a chance. We were slowly introduced to things that are convenient to us. Now we're dependent. So we respond to things. They have calculated how we respond to things based on our sense of identity. I am like this, you are like that. You look like this, I look like that. Technically, I should be able to come in here looking like a clown. And if my knowledge is sound, you shouldn't care what I look like. But you will care what I look like. It's ingrained in us, right? So if Brahaspati is the king of psych warfare, I just want you to think, what are the things that would constitute that? Because all of those things will be in Pushya Nakshatra. And hence, this is why Pushya is the cow's udder. It's telling you, you're getting nourished by that nakshatra. What are you nourishing yourself with? Your sense of justice? Who's to say what justice is? We don't know. We know we're getting played, but we don't know, right? The enemy's hidden, so to speak. So when you get this kind of thing, you have to realize, okay, even to learn proper Jyotish, you need to know yourself. Because how do we even know, for instance, with Brahaspati being the king of the guru of the devas, who told us that the devas were the good side? I mean, I'm saying we don't know for sure. We don't know anything for sure. We can theorize about it. But how much do we really think for ourselves, and how much are we getting told what to think? Even by a subtle suggestion. So I leave you with Pushya Nakshatra. I just would like to see Patanjali Maharaj one more time before we close, just so I can bring it back to someone who was trying to break the prison of all the constructs of this, the chitta, warping in every direction and defining its reality. There's a final thing I'll leave you with is language. So Brahaspati is called Vachaspati. There's a whole sect of behavioral studies right now and is calling language, guess what they're calling language? A virus. Our mind is actually infected with a language. Our wiring in our brain changes based on the language we speak. And as soon as we see an object, we think what it is. We're not really seeing what it is from a neutral standpoint. We think immediately, that's a human being, that's a dog, that's a this. Before you can even catch it, because of language, you have labeled it. So this is the power of Brahaspati. This is actually, it's the subtle guy, just like Togi Ji said, behind the scenes. Wait, who said that? One of you said it. Togi Ji, did you say it?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
guy
behind
behind
the
the scene? That's Brahaspati.
I like what you said, getting influenced by the looks, who is saying. It's so prevalent these days. What one says doesn't matter, what it has, but who says that? And the looks behind who says that.
How many
What-
comments do you see about looks or this or that? Or, I mean, we have judged what we are going to accept from a person before we even know their value. So therefore, in the Navgraha Kavach, we say, Brahaspati, please protect my intelligence. Because it's unintelligent to trust image. It's actually unintelligent. What do you think psychopaths play? They play an image. They don't come to you looking like what they are. Ted Bundy, he didn't come to you looking like a murderer, full of blood. He looked like a politician or like a normal guy. He even went into politics and he was charming. He had the whole court charmed. Dangerous business there. And it is wasting a lot of energy and drawing you away from yourself. So the whole point, going back to Patanjali Maharaj, power is within you, not within someone else. It's within you. It's not in your image. It's not in your speech. It's not in your degrees. It's not in who you can influence or can't influence. So imagine us giving all our power away to these leaders. And we give our power away even by hating them too. So people always think, oh, I love this guy. Okay, you're giving your power away that way, but you're really giving your power away by letting them irritate you. So Pushya, nourishment, always comes from within. It always comes from the stability we have within, never from without. And I know. So that was the best thing that ever happened to me, was to fall really hard. Self-reflection is a friend. I'm just telling you. My mistakes have been my greatest teachers. Okay, guys, Dr. Paiji, take it away.
As all of you said, this is huge and vast. Let's see what flows today, because there are some very important points which have come up as you guys were discussing. And I've been drinking a lot of water, so I had to go to the restroom plenty of times because I had to really soak this in. See, one of the topics which Eve G brought up, I will share some of my studies, which is going to be really different from what is being presented about Pushya Nakshatra. So first, let's start with what Eve was talking about, hemmed nakshatras. In these hemmed nakshatras, I want to say something about 3 nakshatras very specifically. And in them, I want all people to pay attention to what I'm trying to say here, because this is super advanced level, but you will get to know what I'm trying to say. See, amongst these hemmed nakshatras, just pay attention to the 3 cats which are involved in nakshatras. So you have Punarvasu and Ashlesha, which are 2 cats, and you have Pushya coming in between. Have you noticed this pattern? Because these 3 nakshatras, which are hemmed in between cats, are all about psychops, but they are also the seeds of the highest intelligence that comes to us from the other world, which means whatever we are talking about, all these 3 nakshatras are hemmed between cats.
Chitra and
Yes,
Vishaka is the
Chitra,
Oh, sorry.
Vishaka, and Swati's in the
Yes.
middle, a buffalo, a prey animal. Then Purvabhadra,
Yes.
Dhanishta, horse. And
Yes.
yeah, you're exactly right.
So-
Punarvasu and Ashlesha, and then the little goats in the middle.
Yes. Do you see that? So these are all very important nakshatras where they are hemmed in between. You are right, Santhip. Vishaka and Chitra. Swati would be the one which would be in between, isn't it? The Swati and Hasta are buffaloes. So what are the 3 most important? Swati, Pushya, and Sadabhishak. Now, why I'm talking about them is you have to understand any teacher, which is Brahaspati, wherever he comes, he brings in what is called as Dhi Shakti. Dhi Remember the word dhi, because Aditya talked about bodhi. And in Buddhism, they are called as sattvas, who bring the bodhisattvas. Bodhisattvas are enlightened masters who come here to enlighten and awaken us and to uplift this world from the darkness. All bodhisattvas have very important connections with Pushya, Swati, and Satabhishak. Shatabhishak are the 100 spiritual masters. Now, just to bring Jyotish angle here, for those people who have to know about directions, we know Aries is east. If Aries is east direction, then Libra is west. Is that all clear? If Cancer is north, then Capricorn is south. So, if you understand Cancer is north, who is sitting in north and looking towards the south? Dakshina Murti. Who's sitting in silence? Dakshina means south. He's looking towards the south, sitting in the north. That is his highest seat. So wherever Dakshina Murti or Guru Brihaspati sits, the 4 Dhi Shaktis will manifest in the Kendras. Wherever Dakshina Murti sits or Brihaspati sits, that place, the Dhi Shakti is called Buddhi, intellect. The 4th bhava from there. So if Cancer is Buddhi, then the Jala Lagna or the Jala Rashi for the Cancer would be Libra, which is called the Dhi Shakti of Shuddhi, which means purification. The 7th bhava from their Capricorn is called as Vriddhi, Vrid, which means prosperity, progress. And the 10th bhava from Cancer would be Aries, which is called as Siddhi. Remember what is happening in these 4 rashis? Can you achieve Buddhi with anger? No. That is why Mars is debilitated in Cancer. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. Buddhi can only grow without any vrag, dvesh with Mars. Can you form any kind of purification without the sun? No. Shuddhi is in Libra, where sun gets debilitated, Saturn gets exalted. No Shuddhi can happen without the sun. Isn't it? That's why everybody goes and gives Argya to the sun. Can you get Vriddhi with a debilitated Jupiter in Cancer, Capricorn? No. And finally, you see Saturn is debilitated in Aries, where you have to have Siddhi, discipline, structure, and tapasya, tyag, vairagya. If you show ego, can you get Siddhi? No. Siddhi, Vriddhi, Shuddhi, Buddhi. This is Brahaspatya. We all talked about what Eve Ji said, Aditya said, Vak Siddhi. He is also called as Vachaspati. He is also called as Vaghisha. And what do we say when we know a lot of things? Vak Abalari, vocabulary. Vak Abalari is vocabulary. What does Brahaspati give you? Initiation. This is the Brahma Varchasva Shakti, the energy of invocation, the energy of initiation. What is initiation called? Diksha. And what do we say in English? Dictionary. Dictionary. Huge amount of knowledge you have, and you can use all your vocabulary, Vak Siddhi. You are known as a dictionary. Interesting, isn't it? So now I'm going into more of Jyotish, if you understood this. So understand that Cancer and Pushya is your buddhi. Okay. From there, only if you understand your intelligence, you can start doing the Shuddhi, purification, Vriddhi, prosperity, Siddhi, spiritual accomplishments. Okay. Now I'm going to go into something very different with nakshatras. The important part of this nakshatra is what is Vipat and Pratyak. What does Pushya become Vipat for? Vipat means obstacles. So if you look from Adra Nakshatra, Pushya is Vipat. From Rohini Nakshatra, Pushya is Pratyak. Pratyak means what? You have some wishful corrections that you want to do, and if you want to achieve that, then you go to the Pratyak, means it's also a kind of challenge, obstacle, but with a sense of lack or missed opportunities is called as Pratyak. Vipat means adversary, obstacles or challenges. So Rohini, who was born in Rohini? Shri Krishna. Didn't he love dairy products? Makhanachor, Navanita Chora. He was called. Navanita means butter. But he was always reprimanding for stealing. So Pushya is Pratyaka for Rohini. So he is always reprimanded.
The stealing concept. Here it is
Stealing concept.
again. That is so interesting, Dr. Paiji. It's so pronounced in this nakshatra. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Do you see this? And this is also Vipat. See, in Bhagavad Gita, which Krishna gave. And this is very important with Pushya Nakshatra. Chapter 4, verse 24 is called as Brahmarpana mantra, which means whenever we start eating food, before that, we offer a prayer. Brahmarpana, Brahmahavihi. This is a mantra which is given there. Ardra Nakshatra, it is Vipattara, Pushya Nakshatra. Do you know what? When Shiva goes to get food, he does a mantra, which is Annapurne Sadapurne Shankara Pranavallabhe Jnana Vairagya Siddhyartham Bhiksham Dehi Cha Parvati. He is a Kapalika. He goes with a begging bowl, a skull, and he says, and who always gives him food? Parvati as Annapurna Devi. So these are two mantras which you can activate. You should always pray. Pushya Nakshatra is about food. But Pushya is also, because it is connected to the udder of the cow, you will also see people who are lactose sensitive, lactose intolerant. Today, I want to give you a hint about what is happening in the world. Genetically modified seeds. Is this something, Pushya? Is that really nourishing your body? It can fill your stomach, but there is no nutrition in the genetically modified because it's not coming from nature. Pushya is already polluted. Are you understanding what I'm saying? These are not your food grains. This doesn't provide you nourishment. See, when your food is polluted, you know why? That is why the rishis were not just giving you yogas based on just theory. Do you know in the Nitya yogas, Vishkumbha is the yoga associated with Pushya Nakshatra. Vish Kumbha, which means a pot of poison. So yogas in the nakshatra, they are connected to yogas in the Panchanga. The first yoga is Vishkumbha, which is connected to Pushya. Is our food not poison today with genetically modified?
Dr. Paiji, you're just hitting on a point that I wanted to highlight because you may be saying something more profound about psych war. Again, this is interesting with Pushya. There's a famous saying, control the food and you control the people.
I have statistics to also show this. I will show you in my slides later on. That's why I said I don't know how long this is going to take me to explain all of these about Pushya. But I will have to share this because this is very important for people to know what we are in this psych war. Because Pushya has been told as, I'll also talk about curses in Pushya. I'll talk about food and the curses that are associated with this. Let me pull down lower my arm. Okay. So what is Pushya? It's also the food which is not healthy for you in today's times. It used to be very nourishing, nutritious. Milk is also not nutritious today. That's why if you are taking milk with A2 protein, then you are not casein sensitive. Do you know that? Because what happened is, Aditya talked about Amul. Amul was a thing because India. There is something speaking here. This is like Alexa. Let me just 1 second.
It's interesting what Dr. Paiji is saying.
Yeah, Pushya.
Pushya.
Pushya, and then suddenly, like in the background, right? What is playing in the background,
somebody
right?
came. Exactly.
Yeah.
It
The
was,
propaganda playing in the
who,
background.
the automated sound.
Intelligence,
Right.
artificial intelligence.
Artificial, yes. Because
Right.
they don't want to listen to what I'm speaking because that is what they feel is going to disrupt us.
Right.
Okay. So Amul was a movement because India was a growing population and we didn't have enough milk to nourish the population. So what did Amul do? We had our indigenous cows. These indigenous cows do not make you lactose sensitive. They have something called as A2 protein in them. The original Gher cow, Sahiwal, these were all the original cows of India, but we needed to produce more milk. So we brought the Jersey cows from the West and we bred them so that a Jersey cow can give you 24 liters while your normal Gher cow or a Sahiwal cow can give you 6 to 8 liters. But we needed to increase the production. When we interbreed the cows, what happens? We get more milk, but we get also health related issues because these cows are injected with things to produce more milk. It is not healthy to drink that milk. A2 protein, this is what I wanted to say. So Krishna, how did he overcome his Pratyakatara? By being a cowherd. Gopala. By taking care of cows, you are going to heal your Pushya Nakshatra. The second thing today is oily food. Saturn's Tara. Oily food, is it good for your body when you have a lot of adulterated oils that are being produced to you? Anyway, so these are one thing. The other thing that we were talking about is...
I just ate a lot of oily food yesterday, Dr. Pai. So I was just laughing, like a lot of heavy
No, I was
eating.
laughing because I will tell you two things which happened today. How Pushya Nakshatra plays. We don't have any oily food in our diet. Today, Nav got pakoras. She made pakoras. And I was wondering why today. She also, I never drink chai with milk. She said, I'm going to make some nice masala chai and I'm going to bring it. I said, she's brought that chai. And I'm lactose sensitive. But I love the chai. But you know what? both these themes were playing out. I knew that's exactly why I said food adulteration, dairy, which doesn't suit you, because the milk here will not suit me. I have to have only the A2 milk, only then my body will take it. Secondly, the oily food, pakoras. So these are all very significant things. Now, let me tell you one more thing about Pushya. India's independent chart. What was the moon that we chose for the independence? What was it? Pushya moon, right? Now, one thing I wanted to show you today is
Vishwaguru. That's why we are called Vishwaguru, right?
But we have something else that we are probably known for across the world. What are we known for? Let me share that with you here in a slide. See, Aditya has already mentioned about Ravi Pushya and Guru Pushya. This is our estimate of the World Gold Council. How much gold do Indians have? We are not talking about the national reserve. Okay, national reserve, we come somewhere very, very low. Which country has the highest reserve of gold? United States,
US.
Which is about 8,000 ton.
True.
Okay.
True.
Which other country have these are all the national reserve stockpiling. Okay, Germany, Italy, France, Russia, China, Switzerland. In India, national reserve is only 880 tons. And now, how much do Indian households own? In 2019, the World Gold Council say 25,000 tons. Where do we compare? How many countries you put together? All of their natural reserve. How much gold we have? Much more. Sure. So remember, even great teachers were known to accumulate gold. How many gurus have passed on and they found enormous gold that was there with them? Let me share some things.
And
for
what
you.
is the price of gold today? $4,500
Exactly.
per ounce.
So
yeah.
Okay, with that, you make a math and you tell me, guys. 25,000 ton gold is there with India. Not the government, but the Indians put together. How much is the value today? Okay, now I want to show you something more. Okay, let's go. And let me show you the man in news. Who is the man in news today?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, correct?
Donald Trump. But why is in news in the last 2-3 days?
Venezuela, correct? Venezuela story, you know?
Yes.
No, Venezuela, yeah.
Okay. Now, who is this guy?
Coming up.
It's not coming yet. Oh,
Oh,
good
yeah.
Lord.
Maduro.
Yeah,
Maduro.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, Satyajai Baba. Yeah, Maduro, right? Yeah.
Maduro, yeah. Maduro. He was.
So, who was Maduro? And this is his wife, who was the first lady, Celia Flores. She was a great devotee of Satya Sai Baba. This is their picture, which is I found out on Rediff. You can find out in the last couple of days.
Is this a real picture? The face doesn't look right. Is this AI?
This is real actually.
It is real. It looks very
Yeah, yeah.
strange. It looks very
Yeah.
strange.
He's
Okay.
This
young,
was
actually.
when he visited Prashanta Nilaya in Puttaparthi in somewhere in 2005, when he was the foreign minister. His wife, Maduro's wife, was a great follower of him, and it is believed that he also followed. And you can see a lot of things in Venezuela during this time. Now, very interesting thing. Why I brought this up? Two things I wanted to show you. One, this is a clipping that I took from Economic Times. 98 kilos of gold and 307 kilo of silver and cash was found in Sai Baba's personal chamber after his death. And this is dated June 18, 2011. Now, interesting. I wanted to show you something more. Why this has come up is not just because of anything else. Is Maduro, he has Rahu in Pushya Nakshatra. This is a Maduro's birth chart, which I found from the public charts. So can you see he has Rahu in Pushya, Maduro. When he was born, 23rd November 1962. And Satya Sai Baba is born on 23rd November 1926. Okay. Interesting. Both have the same date, different years. And Maduro has Rahu, which is
In
there.
fact,
in his
digits are also same, 2662.
Yeah, the
You see
Mulank
what I
will
mean?
be same also, yeah.
Say,
Mulan will be the same.
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it? Okay. Now I want to give you some more tips about. Is it getting something interesting now, guys? You're liking this because Maduro has come, Sai Baba, some gurus have come. Gurus have always see. I'm not against anybody, any teacher, any guru. I have a lot of respect. I'm only bringing the facts here, and this is not against anybody who is probably following and are disciples of Satya Sai Baba. Okay, we just completed 100 years of Satya Sai Baba, which was just celebrated a few months ago. And our Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi also has participated in the 100th anniversary, 1926. And last year was his, in 25, November 2025, they celebrated 100 years, 100th year. Okay. Now, I want to now bring the curses that are there in Pushya Nakshatra. I will bring some two important things and then I will go into something more interesting. The first thing I want to say is Krishna, Shri Krishna, Rohini Nakshatra. For Rohini Nakshatra, Adra Nakshatra becomes the Vipat Tara. Am I correct? Vipat means obstacles. Ardra is Shiva's Nakshatra, Rudra's Nakshatra. And there is a Rudramsha Rishi who is associated with Rudra. He is called as Durvasa Rishi. Rishi Durvasa was known for his anger. Now, what is the relationship between Sri Krishna and Durvasa? I will tell you, because it was a lore which highlights divine patience and tests of devotion. See, Durvasa notably visited Krishna at Dwaraka and he demanded an extravagant hospitality. And what did Durvasa do? When the paisam means, rice with milk is cooked together in a sweet dish. Here we say it, paisam also we say. It's a rice pudding. He ate a little bit of that pudding. Usually he's known to have a huge appetite. That's why Krishna said, make such a huge thing that he will be happy and all his disciples will be happy. But you know what, Durvasa is always a guy who always tests. He eats a little bit and he says, Krishna, smear this leftover paisam all over your body. Can you imagine this kind of a request? Krishna started smearing this all over his body. And out of respect, he doesn't apply the paisam below his feet because he wants to respect the leftover food of Rishi Durvasa. You know what Durvasa says? With that, he says, your body, wherever you applied and smeared, are blessed with invulnerability in all parts where the paisam has touched. The only part where the paisam didn't touch was below his feet. And that is where the arrow went in and by the hunter, Jara. Otherwise, he would be invincible. You see what I mean? The next story I want to tell you is a story of the kingdom of Nepal. And you can find this story. The story is about the Shah dynasty of Nepal and Guru Gorakhnath. This is a legend and a spiritual tradition. They this was from the divine patron. Gorakhnath was the divine patron, and he had gone to the then king, the first king of the Shah dynasty who ruled Nepal was Prithvi Narayan Shah. The same story. Gorakhnath eats a pudding and he sends to the king, Prithvi Narayan Shah, have this pudding. You know what? He was in this kingdom, all his disciples, and he didn't want to eat something which was already been licked by. He licked it, gave it to the king. Prithvi Narayan Shah, trembling, he literally dropped that and it fell on his feet. Gorakhnath said, 11 generations your dynasty will rule. The 11th generation, if you had had this, you would be the king for the rest of your life for Nepal. The 11th generation was Dipendra, the king who massacred the entire dynasty. Nepal king and dynasty in 2008 was abolished. Guru, when they give you something, never question their thing, because he said, king, if you had eaten even one morsel, and that would mean that you would, generations after generations, your lineage would have ruled Nepal. Remember, what is that again? 11th generation is Rudramsha. Rudra is Ekadasha Rudra, 11. Gorakhnath gave them only the permission for 11 generations. This is again, remember, whatever is given, even if they have tasted it, don't take that. It is a blessing of these saints. Okay, now I will also talk about, we talked about agricultural land. Aditya mentioned Pushya Nakshatra, when the vernal equinox happened, what was it, 7,000 or 9,000 years ago? 7,000
7,000 years back, which is 7,000 BCE.
Okay. So what is agriculture? Today, if I tell you which are the countries which have the largest agricultural land, that would probably give you an indication of how Pushya Nakshatra works today. Because what did we say? Pushya is a star of glory, prosperity. It is about flourishing. It's about nourishing. And it's about psycho up. But the thing is, I wanted to share with you here. These are the countries which I pulled up from the internet with the amount of land which they have for agriculture today. And there would be no surprises for you to know which of these countries are economically most prosperous. Which has the most agricultural land? China. The second largest economy in the world is China. Which is the second largest country which has the most number of agricultural land which can be used? United States is the first largest economy. Australia, Brazil, Russia, India, Saudi, these are all arable lands I'm talking. Which are the top private companies and families holding a lot of agricultural land? Again, I took it from the internet. See, there are many mega holders, probably in large Latin American farming groups, which have not declared that kind of land which is there. But if you see here, primary region is Australia. Many of the private companies hold these agricultural land. Okay. Then top individuals, private investors who hold agricultural land. This should also give you some kind of clue what I'm trying to give you about the future of this planet. Do you see some two big names there? Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates. They hold huge amounts of land in US. They are billionaires, but why would they want to keep agricultural land? Because that is Pushya. Remember that again. The next thing with Pushya is, it is a Shipra and Lagu Nakshatra, which is light. And it's also called as a Urdhva Mukha Nakshatra, which means facing upwards. What is the next region which Pushya covers? The Earth and then the space. So space, I think Aditya mentioned about the Wright brothers, right? So which are the 10 private organizations actively involved with space research? All the names there, which are, I'm talking about private organizations. I'm not talking about NASA, ISRO, European Space Agencies. Those are all national agencies. I'm talking about private organizations. Can you see which country owns most of the space research? US. What about individuals who actively have invested and in driving space research? They are also Pushya. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Richard Branson, Sergey Brin, Larry Page. Are these people, do you think they're just billionaires or they know what is the next wave? Because Pushya means either you own land, agricultural land, not normal land. They're not holding real estate, housing, but they're holding agricultural land. And the second is they want to conquer both space and the earth. So are you getting to know what I'm trying to hint here with this kind
Dr.
of...
Maiji, this is interesting because the Vaman avatar, Sama Brahaspati,
Exactly.
taking over the whole, it's all this stealing theme, taking too much beyond a point where others don't have.
Exactly. Stealing from the others, unsuspiciously, these people, what they're doing.
Because, we want Sri Krishna to steal the butter. We want that thief, but we don't want these thieves.
Makhan chor. That was so innocent. As a child, he is stealing things, but that is repeating now. People are stealing resources.
Maybe con man can be another Pushya job.
Exactly. Right?
Well, if you
No.
think of Brahaspati coming in disguise, that's what he's doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's doing this. Now I come to the last part because there are so many parts I want to discuss. Now I want to talk about power spot or energy centers. I know Santhip is so tired, is waiting for his turn to come. So I'll quickly wrap up, Santhip. But I wanted to share this. There is a temple for Pushya
This is all great,
Nakshatra.
Doctor. Please continue. Don't think of me as a thing. This is what are you sharing?
No, I know, but you know what? I also want to be not a Brahaspati. Remember, even though you say Pushya is the star of Brahaspati, it is also the birth star of Venus. In certain traditions, you go to South India, Shukracharya is supposed to be born in Pushya. Some traditions say Magha. Okay. What is very interesting, you will see, is Shukra's birth star is Pushya. Okay. And it is called the flower. We said lotus flower. Do you know why it is called the lotus flower? Did you ever think about it? Okay, let me share that as well, because today I'm trying to share everything. So you'll be surprised with what is called. It is because Pushya is called as Pushya Karaka, which is also called as Pushkara Navamsha. Okay. Now, what is Pushkara Navamsha? Let me go and share that with you. So all of you would be, it is nothing but you will see a beautiful pattern. Now, this is what is called as Pushkara Navamsha or Pushya Karaka, which means a flower. Now, if you start joining all the dots, for example, fire sign, this is Aries. In Aries, which is Agni Tattva, 7th and 9th Navamsha are called as Pushkara Navamsha. So you have 7 and 9. Then you have Taurus. In Taurus, which is Prithvi Tattva, earth element. In earth element, 3rd and the 5th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the 3rd and the 5th are Pushkara Navamsha. When you come into Gemini, Gemini is an air sign, Vayu Tattva. 6th and 8th is Pushkara Navamsha. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you join all these dots, can you see a petaled flower, which is like a lotus? What is 6-pointed star? Venus, Shukra. Star of David. Shukra is also the 6-faced god who's born on Shashti Tithi, is Kumara, Subramanya, Murugan. 6 faces. isn't it? The sixth avatar of Vishnu, Parusharama avatar, is associated with Shukra. Now, why is this Shukra and Pushya connection? Because in India, there are certain rivers which are called as Pushkaram. That is why whenever we see Pushkaram, there are 12 associated rivers. Every year there is a different river. And if you go there, when the Jupiter transits the Rashi, that is when you'll have to go to specific rivers. You can go to Wikipedia. I've taken this from Wikipedia. So in 2026, when Jupiter transits from one Rashi to another in June, so between June 2nd to June 13th, those 15 days in 2026, Cancer sign, which is associated with Yamuna, that is Pushkaram. So every river, there are 12 rivers. That is where Jupiter's grace is going to be. Like we have Mahakumbh, there is also Pushkaram in 12 rivers. So you can see Godavari will be Leo, and that will be between June 26. All of these are when Jupiter is changing Rashis. Okay. So now do you know why it is connected to lotus flower? So I always say, in my research, there are 3 lotus flowers. All of the 3 lotus flowers are associated with Saturn's nakshatra in Vimshotri. Pushya is pink lotus. Anuradha is blue lotus, which is called as Pushkara. Blue lotus, which blossoms only at the middle of the night when the full moon is there. Nobody gets to see. And they say the water which drops from the blossoming blue lotus, if you start putting them in your eyes, that water, this is not what I'm saying, it's given in the Puranas. And I've also heard a lecture by, Vasant Lad. He says you can see lower dimensional beings, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, Yakshas, which come from the blue lotus, which is Anuradha Nakshatra. And the last nakshatra of Saturn is Uttara Bhadrapada, which is white lotus or white lily. That's why it is connected to Ma Lakshmi. Okay, last thing. I know, Santhip, you have had the longest wait today, but I don't know how much more I wanted to share, but let's wrap up with this one beautiful power vortex, power portal, cosmic portal. I've been doing a lot of research on temples. Which temples are associated with the nakshatras? Grahas, Rashis. So these are not normal. If you start studying the nakshatra temples, you'll be flabbergasted with the amount of information which is there, which comes from traditions, not what you have learned from internet today. That is why go to the traditions. Okay, and then we will wrap it up. Okay, this is a temple called Akshaya Pureshwar temple. I'm taking this to show you from Wikipedia. Okay. This is at a place called Vilankulam. What is Villa? Villa means bale leaf, bilva. That is the Sthala Vriksha at this temple. This is very close to Tanjavur district. This temple is known as the Shrine of Shani, the Graha, where, if you see the legend here, Shani was, according to Hindu legend, the god of death Yama hit the leg of brother Shani, crippling him. This is the Sthala Purana. This is the story from there. Shani then visited various temples of Shiva for remedy. Finally, at Vilankulam, Vilan means, derives from the name from the tree, Villa, Vilva, Vel. And Kulam means spring. Venus is associated with spring. Okay. So during that time, he tripped on the roots of a Vilva tree on the day of Akshaya Tritiya, and which happened to be on a Saturday. In Hindu astrology, the day Saturday is governed by Shani and is associated with Pushya Nakshatra constellation. Now there is one more legend here. As per the version of this legend, a crow took away Shani's disability. A crow. As such, Shani appointed the crow as his Vahana. As per another tale, Akshay Pureshwarar, who is Shiva, granted nidhis, treasures to Kubera, the god of wealth, at this temple. Okay, now you will see here what do people do. The temple celebrates many of these festivals. Pradosham, Bhairava Ashtami. This is the 8th star. Remember, from Ashwini Nakshatra, Pushya is the 8th star. This has a very strong connection with Shri Krishna, who is a realization of number 8. Anyway, so what do people do? If you have debt, disability, diseases, and malefics of Shani in your horoscope, like you're not getting married, we all said Pushya Nakshatra is not a nakshatra to get married, but you can do all other things. But Shani was not getting married. So Akshay Pureshwarar gave him the blessing to get married on Pushya Nakshatra day. So many people come here and worship him with 8 forms of items. 8 forms: oil, sesame oil, punagu, like a fragrant paste which comes from a coconut, panchamrita, 5 elements. 8 items are given to that Shani. Krishna is number 8. He is the 8th incarnation of Lord Vishnu. He is the 8th child of, Vasudeva and Devaki, right? He is born on Ashtami Tithi. His father had to cross through 8 prison doors opened for him, because there were 8 doors which were locked. All the guards fell asleep, and 8 doors magically, miraculously opened for the Lord. He had 8 wives, which are called Ashtabharya. His most favorite Radha Rani was also born on Ashtami Tithi, right? She also had 8 friends. They are called Ashtasakis. Induleka, Chitra, Lalita, Vishaka. These were different names of the Ashtasakis. So 8 is a very important number for Krishna. Okay. And food is offered and devotees circumambulate this shrine 8 times. So how much importance is given to numerology also at these temples? Fascinating, isn't it? Now I want to show you something more, guys. See, as per this tradition, what has happened? He had hurt his leg. Now I will show you some things. This is John Travolta. Okay. He has Lagna in Pushya. Rodden rating is AA. Okay. Now, look at this article that I found on John Travolta. John Travolta has not recently broken his leg. However, he played a character with a broken leg in his first screen role. Travolta's first professional acting job in Los Angeles was a minor role in a 1972 episode of TV series Emergency titled Kids, in which he played a teenager who falls off a canyon ledge and breaks his leg. Not in real life, but in real life. Okay, the next character is Tom Cruise. Both of them have something in common. John Travolta, and they are both going to gurus. Who was their guru? Scientology, Ron Hubbard. Remember this again, Pushya Nakshatra. Now, Tom Cruise is also Pushya. Rodden rating is X. I'm not interested in his Lagna, but I wanted to see if he has any planet. Rahu in Pushya. Now, let's go to this article, which was again published. Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise broke his ankle in 2017 while filming the rooftop jump stunt from Mission Impossible Fallout, where his foot crippled in a building edge, fracturing it on impact. Yet he completed the take, blah, blah, blah. Again, feet-related problems.
So, Dr.
Next
Pai,
one.
the name itself is Fallout, right? Which is the Shani kind of thing.
Shani, exactly. Now let's go to the next one. Clint Eastwood. What about him? He has Chandra in Nakshatra. Rodden rating is AA. Clint Eastwood. Here is what I found about him. Clint Eastwood famously played a character with a severely broken, amputated leg in 1971 film. Okay, he had a serious leg injury from 1950s plane crash that required him to wear a steel brace. One more, Jimi Hendrix. I think Eve G talked about Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix has Chandra in Pushya Nakshatra. Okay, let's go to one more article about Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix broke his ankle during a parachute jump while serving in the army. He was serving, but he was honorably discharged from the army due to instability for military service, because he was into a parachute jump, broke his leg. They said, okay, sorry, we can go back home. Next, this is sorry guys, Nicolas Cage. Whenever I go there, I don't know why this. Okay, Nicolas Cage. He also has he is a rotten rating of A. He is a Lagna in Pushya Nakshatra. Because rotten rating A, I'll take his Lagna. What happened to sorry, this is not Nicolas Cage. I think, is it Nicolas Cage or Jack Nicholson? It's Jack Nicholson. So sorry, Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson did not personally break his leg in real life, but his character in the film Misery has both his legs and his shoulders shattered and dislocated in a car crash. Are you saying something very significant about this? Either they have had physically, or they had to play a character with a broken leg, which is Shani. Pushya Nakshatra can make you play some characters like that. Is this something that anybody has thought about in Pushya Nakshatra? These are fantastic things that when you go to the Sthala Purana and you go to the temple of Shani, which is Pushya Nakshatra's temple, you will see a lot of similarities between Shani Dev. With the disability, where he cured his leg because of Akshaya Pureshwar. Why is called Akshaya Pureshwar? Because he appeared on Akshaya Tritiya day. Have you heard of Shani and Akshaya Tritiya celebration? No. But you go to this temple, the Tritiya to get the blessings. If you are never married, go there. If you have disabilities, go there. If you have serious ailments, go there. If you have Shani, Sadesati, Shani Mahadasha, which is giving you pain, go there. Circumambulate 8 times. Offer, atonements with 8 items. Fantastic, isn't it? We always thought, why Shani? But now we are getting this. So start studying this as well, I would say. Start looking at Nakshatra temples. Mostly all these temples are in Tamil Nadu, but they all have a Sthala Purana. And there is some stories associated with this. And that's how I started knowing so much about these nakshatras, what they really mean. What we really thought through videos on YouTube, they are not that in some of them. Anyway,
No, it
this
was
is definitely
interesting.
going to be a
The items also which you shared, right, for the Shani temple oil and coconut and all that. So like almost 8 oil, coconut, the Panjamrit thing,
oil,
honey.
coconut,
Yeah.
Panchamrita, and Punagu. Punagu is a fragrant thing which comes from a cat. Punagu
Oh,
is a
interesting.
cat. That is also offered in Tirupati.
Okay.
See, Tirupati also has a connection with not with Pushya, but it has a connection with Pushya. How you know? Because of Kubera. Do you understand why I said Kubera? Because that hundi that you go and put your money in is Kubera's hundi. We are actually repaying the interest, not the principal, that Srinivasa Venkateswara Swami took for his marriage. Remember that again, marriage.
Yeah.
So if you are not getting married, go to Tirupati. If you are not getting married, then go to Akshay Pureshwara temple, which is in Tanjore district at a place called Vilankulam. There is the Sthala Vriksha is Bilva, which is very much favorite of Lord Shiva.
Right. Okay, great. So I
Okay.
think this was good, great, Dr. Pai. I think this was great. I think I learned a lot. Originally, I did not have much to share on Pushya actually, but as I sat through, a lot of ideas came up. Cancer as a sign. Cancer is a natural 4th house of the zodiac. So your mother, EG, gave a great talk on how you can't forever blame your parents kind of thing going on, right? So at some point in time, you have to grow up kind of thing going on, which is very valid actually. And In fact, that's a common problem we all have. So because we are not that psychologically mature in many ways, even the society programs us to like be psychologically mature. So the psychological growth is not that encouraged. So because of which our parents become the primary point of focus in many ways. So that whole work on family front and all that is very true, very much important. Quite often, I remember one famous astrologer once saying, making comment that all people born in USA have like marriage karma, all people in India have family karma actually, so it's like interesting because you have the family drama more in India compared to like USA where the individual karma is more actually. So it's one of the Deshkal Patra kind of thing going on and so forth. So fourth house is also your vehicles, your vahanas, and in general. So fourth house also can indicate sometimes the vahana of a deity kind of thing going on. So sometimes there is a interesting point here, like when you go to any Shiva temple, what happens if you're not? Of course, what is the consequence of not offering your pranams to Nandi Maharaj? So which is interesting. You go to Shiva temple, you offer your pranams to Shiva and Parvati or Ganesha and all that, but sort of you're kind of concluding a lot of things, or if you at least bow down to Nandi, then you get a lot more blessings also. That's one thing actually. So that becomes a very important point. So this is also the same thing when you go to any kind of a temple, most of the time in South Indian temple, you have the Vahana of the deity literally on top of the temple pole kind of thing going on. Most of the temple shrines will have that. So it becomes very important to honor the Vahana also as you're coming out. So whole point is also like, it's a very subtle point. Vahana is a fourth house kind of energy. When you go to a temple, you offer your pranams, whatever energy is there of the deity, you're absorbing that energy of the deity in your heart, which is your fourth house. You honor the Vahana of the deity when you come out in the end. You're stabilizing that fourth house kind of energy in a very deep kind of thing going on. So there's a hidden esoteric secret there also. There's an energy kind of a stability kind of thing going on from that basis actually. Now, of course, the Pushya Nakshatra or Cancer Lagna natives in general will always have a preference for big family. The standard, I grew up in a big family, I would like to have a big family, I would like to maintain a big family kind of thing going on. I get married to in the big family, a very standard Pushya kind of thing going on. That's a thing you in general see. Family were like a lot of love, nurturing, lot of people around and so forth. Their family itself is owning. So this plays out in many ways. You carry on the family tradition, you carry on the family businesses, you carry on the family profession. At all levels, it can play out actually, and that's one of the easiest way to actually absorb some very strong energies also in many ways. So quite often, if you are born into a particular family with a strong tradition in business, you're more likely to continue that tradition one way or the other in this day and age. If you're born into a family of doctors, you might be again continuing that, taking that medical profession forward. If you're born into the family of like artists, like musicians, you'll just continue the musical kind of route very easily. So this kind of thing also becomes very, very strongly prominent in Pushya. And usually the training begins at childhood. Other thing. So if you're born into a doctor's family, you are getting exposed to medical terms at a young age. If you're born into like a trader's family, you're getting exposed to business terminology at a young age. If you're born into a musician's family, you're getting exposed to musical knowledge in a young age. So there is a kind of a knowledge transfer that happens around your parents in a much more deeper level actually. This can happen also in athletics also. Like reminds me of like this football modern day football coach, this Xabi Alonso. Jose Mourinho was the coach of Chelsea who got to train Xabi Alonso Real Madrid. Made a comment in one of the interviews that Xabi Alonso was a top player. He played for Liverpool, played for Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, so top clubs in Europe and all that. So he's a great player. But Jose Mourinho was telling Xabi Alonso can easily be the next best manager because he had a footballing background. His father was a coach. His mother also like some football thing going on, so and so forth. So interesting here is that there's a knowledge transfer, and right now he's a coach of Real Madrid, one of the top coaches in in La Liga in Europe and all that. So it's an interesting thing that there is a knowledge transfer that you actually get from your parents, and this is a very important point. And more important thing is that if your parents are your prarabdha, like your family you're born into is something you have decided to be born into that in the first place. So the real thing here is that why did you choose that family in the first place? What is the lesson you really want to learn? That's a real thing that should be taught about actually. So you made a conscious decision before your birth okay, I'm going to be born into this family so that I can experience this karma, so that I can learn this particular lesson from them very easily, can access this knowledge also very easily, kind of thing going on. So this becomes a very important thing. So it's not an easy thing for many people to accept. Like, why did I choose a challenging mother? Why did I choose my challenging father? But the moment you realize it's your own choice, like at a deep soul level kind of thing going on, then you reframe the whole thing a different way. What is the experience this mother is teaching me? How can I outgrow this mother's experience? What is the experience my challenging father is teaching me? How can I grow this from this? What is the best thing I can get from my mother? What is the best thing I can get from my father? What is the best thing I can get from a painful sibling who's giving me a lot of pain? But what can I learn from this thing? So learning the lesson, your strongest lesson you can learn will always be from your family. And that is always going to be a big case. And most of the time when you accept the fact that you have a dysfunctional family, you accept the fact you're a dysfunctional individual around your thing, or you accept the fact that you are a dysfunctional in the first place kind of thing, a lot of problems can come down. Because you actually have to recognize that, your own karma is manifested as a family actually. Right? It's your own karma. If you got a horrible mother, you are a horrible mother in the past lifetime. It's as simple as that. You got a horrible father, you were a horrible father in the past lifetime. You had a horrible sibling, you were a horrible sibling in the past life. Your parents will make, your family will reflect your own karmas in the purest way possible. It's as simple as that. So it's a very important point to recognize. At the same time, if you have blessing of a mother, great. Then you have done your duty as a mother in the past lifetime. If you have blessing of a father, definitely you have done your fulfill your duty as a father in the past lifetime. If you have done blessing of a brother and so on, blessing. This is a very important point actually. So quite often this big family karma plays out at many levels. So in Indian, now, of course, Indian families are big. Southern families are also very big. So usually you can even claim the extension of this family karma not only to the immediate members, your role as an uncle, your role as an aunt, your role as a cousin, your role as a nephew. All these kind of roles can be a reflection of your own karma directly in many ways. And many ways, this is very interesting because I remember one of these Nadi astrology readings which I got. The guy was like, I think the guy made a point that if you're born into family where you have a brother and a sister, you're more likely to achieve enlightenment. He made a comment like that. So it makes you think actually, what was the fun? Now, of course, it need not always be true, but there was a foundation for that logic actually. Point being, your parents, your female brother can show you the Ida channel kind of thing going on. Your female siblings can show Ida channel potential, and your male siblings can show you the Pingala channel potential. Both can be converged, at least in a family level in the Sushumna Nadi. So, therefore, you can achieve enlightenment. Could have been the logic. Well, it's a very interesting logic that they use in that particular. But like I said, the primary point is I recognize that the fact that the family you're born into is really part of your prarabdha. There might be a pre-existing karma. Now, in many cases, sometimes the karma would be to like just purify your karma, the family you're born into as well. Your birth family might have been horrible people, but need not define who you are. Similar to that. That kind of thing. That's a very important point. Because quite often, people get stuck in the childhood for too long because we don't have a modern day society that encourages adulthood kind of thing going on. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality. So you have to make sure you are confronting a childhood, you're processing the emotions of a childhood. Deep processing happens at all levels until you see things and until you accept things for what they are. The moment you accept things, are half the problem is solved. Like literally, like 75% of the work is done the moment you accept the way things are, rather than fighting it in a very powerful way. So the deep surrender of emotional energies will show you the way things are, and then you can internally handle that in much more efficiency kind of thing. That's a big thing. So this big family karma is becoming very important. Now the other thing which is interesting, I'll just talk about God very quickly. Now God is kind of interesting because most of the time in families that used to worship Kali Aradhana, wherever Kali Aradhana would happen, they would actually do the bali or sacrifice of a god. Now, this is typical in Bengal, Bangladesh kind of thing and all that, or even in sometimes in Kerala also they do it kind of thing. Many lands used to have a lot of Pahadi, a lot of mountain temples, mountain families would still do it. Very normal thing there. There are a lot of goats around, very normal thing there. Now, the interesting thing here is that sometimes if your 5 generations of ancestors have been maintaining this bali for goats and goats or roosters kind of thing going on, but then your 2 generations stopped it, then suddenly you're having all kind of problems in the family, and the word is problem actually. There's no peace, there's no progress, there's no like assets is gone, wealth is gone, everything is gone, your family is going down. Sometimes it's possible that these kind of Ugradevata Aradhana needs to be restarted. Now it depends if your ancestors have done it. That's the other thing. Now, if you have followed any particular guru kind of thing, and this is a unique problem that comes with Pushya and some other planetary combination, like you are like strong Rahu Ketu thing and whatnot, and like the fifth lord and all that is going on. So a lot of other things has to be looked into, but Pushya Nakshatra can show this particular thing as a problem. If there's a history that was maintained in the family, that kind of tradition that we maintain, because you invited that kind of energy in the first place, you have to either way find a way to get out of this energy internally or maintain that energy in a healthier way. That becomes very important. So this god sacrifice has seen a big problem. Usually, like a lot of the Bengali kind of last name people might have this kind of challenge in general. So that's something that can happen. Now, sometimes it might be so that now, of course, if you have a Cancer is a natural sign of the fourth house of the zodiac. If there is any malefic planet here, quite often separation from your homeland, separation from your family can also happen. Pushya Nakshatra is also a very strong karma that can indicate that. That is also one more thing. Of course, Pushya Nakshatra is definitely representing the cow's udder. Very directly, you might have had a cow during a childhood. You might have taken cow's milk. Cow's milk can mean direct milk or like adulterated milk, depending upon your malefic or bad house lords kind of thing going on, as Dr. Pai mentioned. Now, cow's milk, Pushya can also represent the breast milk which your mother is feeding. So sometimes I've seen cases where like when you have challenging planets here, the child is unable to get the mother's milk. Sometimes I've seen that. So, or in some cases, the mother is unable to be, some mother is separated, COVID happened, mother is separated from the child briefly, she can't travel back to her child. Stuff like that. So you might see that kind of mother's milk karma, the nourishment coming from the mother's milk kind of thing is actually what. Now, here I recently had a comment that there was a point even during eclipse time. Usually they would not even, the mothers would not even feed breast milk to the child when the eclipses would happen, kind of thing. Which was very interesting actually. They were conscious of the energies and there was a time kind of thing they were aware about that. So that is one thing. Now, the other aspect is that of like the blessing of a guru and blessing of a guru at home is kind of interesting. So this is a very interesting point. So quite often what happens in many, especially in Kerala, like Kerala, what usually happens in older families and older ancestral families is that they would have one ancestor who would have done serious tapasya. They would have hardcore tapasya to a devi or a devata. So something would have happened. That guru might have stabilized that energy of a god or goddess there. He must have done puja kind of thing for multiple, at least for 10s or 20 kind of years. That energy is built up. He is doing hardcore upasana kind of thing. Then his descendants usually carry on that tradition forward and so that energy has been growing with every generation because they have been maintaining the same puja, same mantra and all that has been maintained for by the original ancestor. And what eventually happens is that now this, in the original ancestral way, the ancestor might have maintained very simple kind of puja. They might have offered flattened rice, whatever they could afford at that point in time, that kind of thing. Food offering that was very simple, very fruit, some banana and jaggery or like, crystal sugar and all that might have been offered because it was so affordable in those days, actually, maybe hundreds of years ago. But eventually, over a period of time, there comes a point where the nourishment that was originally offered by the ancestor, now everyone wants to offer a payasam. Everyone wants to offer like something much more sophisticated thing. Let's offer something that requires 10 people to coordinate together. Let's offer a big thing. But the original ancestor might have offered something with more full-on devotion, very simple food offering with full-on devotion. And then the descendants are just doing it as a fad thing, like, but they are just, no, there is no devotion is not there, and the items is completely different from the original ancestor. So this is also sometimes you come across these kind of problems where the original guru, first of all, if the original ancestor is not being honored, and many of these places, they do honor the guru kind of thing separately also. You honor the guru energy, you separately you give a space for the honoring the guru and the original ancestor who actually brought the Devi in. And usually most of the places have that, like most of the yogi who discovers that God is given a separate shrine in most of the temples. Same concept happens here also. The original ancestor, when you honor them, when you actually give them offerings, or when you honor their memory, honor the fact that they have their role to play to help you to experience spiritual blessings, that becomes a big thing going on. I cannot say this enough actually. So this becomes a very, so honoring the ancestors, honoring the original guru ancestors becomes very important. It's a very interesting thing because like the moment when you start honoring the honoring the first person who went to school in your family, honoring the first person who became a doctor in the family, honoring the first person who accomplished a lot in the family. The moment when you hold on to those memories and when you honor them, you begin to see that it's a lot of karmic stability comes into that particular thing in many ways. The blessings of the original ancestor can again be claimed. Your original ancestor might have worshipped, like, say, very simple devatas, like, maybe like Lakshmi and so forth. And you get caught up into like some modern day trending devatas, like, what, Uchishta Ganapati or Chinnamasta or whoever it be. You're not going to get any results. You're starting from ground zero here, whereas you already have a bank account that was built up by the original ancestor. And when you connect with that original devata, it can give you a lot of results. So this is something I just want to highlight actually, because quite often, if you now this kind of mistake, this kind of not following the original energies of a particular build up in a particular family over multiple generations does not usually happen if a guru is given a honorable position. If the original ancestor who brought in that energy is honored, lot of blessings will come. Now, sometimes you do find places where the guru as a principle is also honored separately, but that is a different from the human, the individual who brought in that energy separately. Just like the yogi linked with any sthala purana of a temple also needs to be honored along with the main devata of the temple. Because the yogi, the rishi, was the main seer who was able to bring that energy from the divine world to the Bhuloka. So it's only enhancing your own karma from that perspective. So that is one thing. Now, Jupiter is getting exalted in the fourth house of natural zodiac, which is the home. It was originally older ways of teaching would always require you to go to the guru's ashram, the guru's home to learn. And this was always the most superior way to learn, without a doubt. Because in Guru's home, Guru is in his own or her own element, and that's the easiest way to learn. Because you will see the principles of that teaching all around the Guru, what will be the energy the Guru is handling. The Devata or the Devi honored by the Guru will be very much evident. So this becomes very important. So modern day things, this we especially in the online age, many teachers are teaching from the home. So there is a superior quality to it is one thing which I want to highlight. Compared to like a guru who goes to an institution like a college or a university or some community school and community college or something and teaching, right? So going to a different location teaching. That will have a different quality compared to teaching from your home. So of course it's a very unique thing. But in general, that was always considered a superior thing. So whenever you would approach a guru's home, you are always expect to give some dakshina kind of thing for the guru also. You are not expect to at least meet the guru empty-handed kind of thing. You would always give something. Now, guru traditionally at least giving a betel leaf and like what they call the adaka in Kerala. I don't know what that is. Arkanat, yeah, arkanat kind of thing. I think that's what it's called. Arkanat kind of thing. And then you usually would offer cloth and all that. Traditionally, that was the simplest offering that was given, and money was also usually offered. So usually at least sweets. These days, a lot of people, you go to Indian household, you get sweets actually, that kind of thing. So traditionally there was a karma to, if at all you went to a guru's home, you would get purest wisdom kind of thing going on. So even to this day, what happens is that when astrologers are being invited for temple events, you have to go to the house where the astrologer is staying. You cannot, or the place for the astrologer's office, you have to go and invite him as a thing. So there is a karma to invite people, right? So the whole all this invitation karma, I did not invite this person to my party. This party, we cannot invite this person. All that kind of party invitation drama happens around this Pushya also a lot. Because Pushya, there is a karma of hosting events. They will actually be a great host. They will actually have to host events. They will actually have to host events in their own home. They might have to host other people in their home. So those kind of karma will really play out. Now, this can be either modern day parties, potlucks, modern day barbecues, can be all that, but can also be spiritual events as well. Like you're doing spiritual events, you're doing satsang, you're doing like some Satyanarayan Kada, whatever be, right? Or Hanuman Chalisa Parayan, Ramayana Parayan, whatever it be. So those kind of variations can also happen. So, but as I mentioned, when the guru is in a home, there is a specific quality that comes going. And usually I've seen sometimes when you enter into someone else's home, you have to maintain the etiquette of that particular person. Or if the person is not allowing slippers to be worn and you can't go in with your slippers, similar to that. So the person is like requiring you to be quiet for some time and then you have to wait for the puja to happen and all that. So quite often I've seen sometimes when you have challenging plans in Pushya, this invitation problem, right? You have to come about in a right way to invite. Like simple kind of thing, rudely you're inviting going, or when you're not inviting this is a very subtle thing. No one cares about in this day and age, but like this is a very subtle thing when you come to dealing with entering into a home of a spiritual person or an entity kind of a spiritual person kind of thing going on. This becomes very important because the guru is already observing you at that point in time. So the guru will already be observing how is your behavior going to be and all that, and definitely, and guru is being making you patient on that matter. 100% guru is testing on your patient's ability, and the ability to retain knowledge kind of thing is also being tested. So there is a lot of qualities like that. So just like how Dr. Pai beautifully shared stories of Krishna being tested by Durasa, and even the Gorakhnath kind of thing testing that king of that particular era and all that. So you can see that karma of that guru, hosting a guru to your home, hosting if a guru do come to your home, doing that kind of energies also needs to be understood. So traditionally hosting a spiritual person in a home would always happen. Usually this kind of thing was pretty much normal actually. Usually the local spiritual person would have been invited to your home and you would have honoring the pastor to your home, right? So that kind of thing would have been a normal thing. This was one of the ways how the community building would happen in a very strong way in many regions. And still to this day, a lot of villages, they have these like spiritual people who actually was invited to all the good events in the home. A marriage is happening, a spiritual person is brought in and all that and so forth. So that is one thing. And quite often, this can also indicate like, this is like a very strong, purest karma the guru can be claimed here with Pushya placement. Either they have a pure blessing or they are able to stay in a guru's home or to stay in a guru's ashram very easily. Or if you are malefic and challenging Dushtan lords and all that, you go to a guru's ashram and you're experiencing problems. But karma around a guru's home can really play out actually. That can actually play out. Yeah. So that's one thing actually. So that is one thing. So this becomes a very interesting point actually. Now this same logic can extend to temples. A temple is basically the home of a god or goddess who are staying in that home. That you are entering into a home of a devi or devata when you are anytime you're visiting a temple. And literally, what happens is that in this day and age, you are in a rush. You don't have time. You basically go get your darshan, you come out, or you are kicked out of the temple. What would be the challenge here is that when you go to a temple, usually if you create a problem in that home, right? You are having an argument with the security person. You are having an argument with the temple official, or like you increase the violence energy or there. You are creating your own karma. So sometimes there are cases where you create a problem in a temple or then you come out of the temple, all kind of problems is chasing you. Then you finally have to go to the same temple, offer an actual apology so that to calm down that karma which you created to the deity, and then now everything is gone. Sometimes these kind of cases can happen when you are actually kind of like not even acknowledging that you are in someone else's home. You are in a VIP's home. You should be behaving accordingly. You are in the presence of a very important personality, and you should be maintaining that. That becomes a very important thing. So this is something which I've seen play out in many ways. So the karma of going to someone's home with invitations, the karma around invitation energy, going into some event without invitation, all that drama usually plays out here. Now the and karma around invitations also, as I mentioned here. So all this kind of thing can play out. Now one other interesting thing was that of like how Brihaspati was willing to use his his own son as a spy. You'll see that a lot with Pushya. They are more likely to make convert your own children to spies. Go to their neighbor's home and find out what he or she is doing. Go to their uncle's home and see what's happening there and all that. So that's a typical thing. That's a typical thing. Sometimes you will see teachers, some professors actually like go to that process office and find out how many funding is having and all that. You'll find people like that. So a lot of funding drama happens in usually universities for research and all that. So that's where you begin to see this kind of thing. So quite often so that a student of a guru, a student of a professor is considered to be a child of the professor, right? So energetically they are students. It's like an intellectual child of sorts. So like you can see intellectual whatever be the knowledge transfer child that is happening. So the child you'll see this kind of dynamics happening a lot. So the karma to do spies and to accomplish the task and so forth and all that. So sometimes this can be a challenging karma with children. First child usually will have some challenge because the Scorpio is the fifth house from Pushya actually. Scorpio is the eighth house, Dushtana and all that, ruled by Mars and Ketu and all that. So some challenge usually come with the child actually, or asking a child to do a deed that is beneath them, right? That kind of karma as it's called. That's a real problem here also, which can be a challenge. Now Now, what is great about what Evg said was that of like how your mind can be programmed. And now I actually know astrologers who are like literally they were like, if your karma can be just changed by hypnotherapy, why can't we just master that and master the art of suggestion so that you can actually improve your karma? If you say, oh, my karma is horribly bad, why not use hypnotism as a way to like just okay, use hypnotism? Everything is great in my life, right? So put in that suggestion to a point where like your life is changed. It's a very interesting thing. Actually met some real astrologers who were like, yeah, why not explore that as a real thing? A lot of people are suffering because of their karma. What happens if you suggest like positive kind of thing within them, or use the power of hypnotherapy, use hypnotherapy in a much more positive way as a way to mitigate your karma and all. And it seems to work actually, or at least exploring that possibility. So it's very interesting actually to hear that kind of thing. However, the power of suggestion is a very important point. I cannot say it enough. Like in many ways, like if you suggest something, right? So if something is being repeated multiple times, that's the power of suggestion. So you have to always, and power of affirmations also similarly. The same power, repeating the same thing again and again. What are you suggesting to yourself? What are you suggesting? What are the suggestions you're welcoming into your life? Who is suggesting what to you at what frequency? Is this person suggesting the same thing again and again? Are you being suggested to think in a particular way again and again? These are very interesting and very important points to think about, because quite often you do find that depending upon the graha that is there in Pushya, they either like have a challenging suggestions, auto suggestion kind of thing, which they do kind of thing, which is pretty bad, or they find like good suggestions coming, like through the Jivakarka of the graha linked to that particular Pushya Nakshatra. This is a very interesting point. Now, this is also important because power of suggestion is requiring you to observe your thoughts. Observe what are the suggestions in your mind. Observe what are the driving forces of your thoughts. Why are you thinking in this particular way? What is the suggestive principle behind those thoughts? The moment when you begin to start to observe those thoughts, only after that point is where you actually begin to enter into the field of silence. Only at that point do you begin to recognize the actual power of silence, which is the purest point. So, which is great because Dakshinamurti, whom Dr. Pai mentioned, was famous like he was the great guru form of Shiva, in which he was completely silent. He would not even speak. But rishis would get all their questions answered, all their doubts clarified in the power of silence. So, and this is the purest thing in Pushya. Purest thing in Pushya Nakshatra, they need that moment of silence. They need that alone time. They need to observe what is going on in their mind, kind of thing, in the deepest way, so that they can access that domain of silence from which word they can see everything clearly. And it's silent, it's not movement. You get to observe it. It's not like a thought process. It's not a thinking thing. It's not a movement thing. So it's a very deep principle actually, because only in the domain of silence do you actually experience a lot of depth and a lot of other clarity kind of thing going on. Suddenly you begin to see like an entire karmic pattern has been driving my entire family. I need to get out of this karmic pattern. Suddenly you see that I have been emotionally, as EG said, I have been emotionally dependent upon someone else for my own well-being. How does that work? Why am I intellectually relying upon this particular YouTube channel? Or why am I blindly following this particular leader, or what would be, right? That kind of thing actually. So this is a very important point. This can only happen in silence. And this is a very important thing, and a lot of things happen only so this is one of the, and that's why very in many powerful ways, the seventh house from Pushya is exactly the point of Shravana, which is directly linked with Vamana Avatar also, which is very important. So Akash Tattva requires you to observe what is in your elements of your life. It becomes a very important thing and so forth. So that's a big thing I want to mention. The power of silence with regard to purifying your mind karma at all levels, to observe your emotions, to observe your thoughts, to observe everything. That becomes very important. The moment when you accept that power, you will realize the value of that power actually. You begin to value your peace no matter what. You begin to value your silence potential no matter what. These were like a lot of great examples, like reminds me of some guru. You begin to value what is your home, what is your comfort zone very clearly for what it is and so forth. Now, and you'll begin to be blunt about it. Like you'll be like, these are my boundaries. If you cross this, I don't negotiate with terrorists. Actually, simple as that. That kind of thing going on. You begin to recognize that. So it's a very subtle point. You have to recognize that only in silence do you really see things over there. The moment when you see things over there, as I mentioned, we are very clear about what is good for you, what is bad for you, what is necessary for you, what is not necessary for you. And only at that point can you actually clearly invite people into your own home, or invite energies into your home, or invite energy into your own mind and thought and emotions kind of thing. So it becomes a very, very important point. This only happens in silence. And this is why this is why a lot of cultures all around the world valued silence in its own way. They had their own thing going on. You would have like whether it's the Zen monks or whether it's the sannyasis or whoever it was, like different traditions have their own silent ways of appreciating deeper aspects of consciousness and mind and deeper aspects of your own inner being. Because only in silence do you actually find flowers blooming. Your own internal Hritpatma, your own internal flower will only bloom at that kind of energy, that kind of circumstance actually. So that is one thing. Now, other great thing which Dr. Pai mentioned was farmer actually, which is food kind of thing, which is very interesting. Because moon, definitely Cancer as a sign lord, moon is linked with the food. The mother tries to make you eat food no matter what age you are at, so that's a fairly normal thing. Moon is also directly linked with nourishment in general. So now one other hidden aspect that is there is that what are the emotions you are putting into your own food? Very important point. So, are you cooking food with like anger in your mind and in your heart? Are you cooking food with peace in your mind and heart? Are you cooking food with joy and gratitude in your mind and heart? It's a very, very powerful thing. This was the norm in many ways. So, traditionally in India, you would have the goddess Annapurneswari being worshipped before you would actually even do with food actually. So, what would actually happen is that you would actually worship Annapurneswari. You are filled with gratitude for Annapurneswari. You have food, you have all the gratitude, you have all the love and devotion towards Annapurneswari. That would go into your food actually. And this was the way how a lot of food would have been cooked in ancient times. You would cook food with devotion. You would do everything with food with love and devotion kind of thing going on. And that would definitely make you feel like I want more of that food. I want my mother's food. Mother is going to cook food with love and devotion, without a doubt. But see, the moment you elevate that with spiritual quality like Annapurneswari, Aradhana, all that is great. Like now you're getting spiritual energies from that food. That's the other thing also that is happening. Now, what is interesting here also is that so the same logic that applies to food. And a very famous remedy is there, like where like a wife is complaining, my husband is a drunkard, to like a guru. A guru basically says, what should you do? What should I do, Guruji? Like the guru basically says, don't do anything. I know you are always angry at your husband, kind of thing. Basically, just cook food in a loving manner. I know you hate your husband and all that. He has treated you bad, but cook your food for your husband in a loving manner. Just do that, and just continue that and wait for him. So the guy comes up. He's drunk. 12 a.m. midnight. He shows up at home. His wife is waiting for food with food cooked. Wife is smiling and waiting for him. The guy is like, okay, why are you up? Like, he's like, are you prepared to fight with me right now? He just, no, I just cooked your food. And then, like finally they just say, okay, I don't want food today and so forth. Next day also the same routine is happening. The wife is again cooked with food ready kind of thing going on. Now he's like, okay, and okay, you cook food, I'll eat something he eats. Third day now he goes to his friends in a drunkard in his bar kind of thing going on. Third day, he's like, okay, my wife would have cooked food, so I need to leave early. So he starts leaving early at home. He goes there, starts eating food. Within a week, this guy's drunk thing is over. The whole fact that he was a drunkard, he had an alcoholism kind of thing is gone, just because his wife was ready to prepare food with love and devotion kind of thing going on. And this is a very interesting thing because this actually happened. Like something like this actually happened. Like the simplest thing happened. The wife just cooked food. The mother just cooked food actually with some energies of love and devotion into it. So this is an actual thing. So same logic applies with farmers who are planting crops. If the farmers who are not treated right, if they were feeling oppressed, if they are feeling like they are enslaved, when they put that energy into that emotional energy is being planted along with the food, that is the energy whoever is consuming that food will actually get. So it was very interesting that Swami Chinmayananda was once asked by like a yogi. This yogi basically asked, why are these Indians feeling enslaved to these British people actually? He said basically India just got independence in 50s. The food, the free farmers, free Indian farmers who planted the food with a free mindset only is happening since 1950s. It will take at least 3 generations of people who have fed that free Indian food from the free Indian farmers kind of thing. Only then they'll start to feel independent kind of thing, which is expected. So if you do think about generation also, think about generation, first generation is Muladhara Chakra, second generation is Swadhisthana Chakra. Third generation, like definitely like, the Manipura Chakra, fourth generation, another Chakra kind of thing. Now you are thinking, right? Now you are actually thinking about like what is going on at that particular level. And so that is also very, very interesting point. So the farmer, the state of a mind, state of a farmer is also equally important, because that is the emotional energy of the farmer is eventually coming to you through your own food. A very important point. And this is why some families, they'll actually try to have their own farm fields, or they won't even allow anyone to, like, they won't get food from outside. Even growing your own food, for that matter. Like, if you grow your own food kind of thing, you can absorb that emotional energy which you're investing into the food, also into the plants, when you harvest them. To the point where this was also like very old people and all that, they would not even accept food cooked by a servant. They would only accept food cooked by their wife, or they are like someone, some girl, some daughter kind of thing going on in the home. So they understood this principle. This principle that your emotions are linked with food becomes very important. And this is the fundamental thing that has to happen, as I mentioned. Anytime you're offering a food to a god or goddess, offer it with love and devotion, and offer to a deity. A simple act of like prasadam, like you make anything, whether it be a fruit, whether it be like orange, whether it be grapes, whether it be sweets, whatever it be. If you offer to a deity, offer with that emotional energy, and then consume that later. Now it is getting a spiritual quality to the food, because you offer to a deity, and then you can consume. It's the easiest thing. Anytime you're having food, always express gratitude to the food that you have, and then consume it. Easiest remedy for you to increase your Jupiter energy. Jupiter increases, gratitude increases, Jupiter increases, wealth increases. It's a prosperity increases. I cannot say this enough. This is one of the purest principles out there to improve your Jupiter. So a very pure thing going on. This is the moment. Sometimes what happens that sometimes just expressing gratitude to the food you have can unlock wealth and prosperity energy in many powerful ways. Remember, food is also linked with the second house. Second house is also food, something you consume through your mouth. So all this is tied up actually. I cannot emphasize this enough. So farmer and food thing, as I mentioned, that becomes a very important link to consider. And similarly, the food offerings to gods and goddesses also becomes very important. Now, the other interesting here is also, now, of course, the milk products is a very normal thing with Pushya. So they might like cheese, they might like, the ghee and all that, curd and all the milk products is famously used in Panchamrita also. Like you add honey to it also. So it makes it much more interesting. So Panchamrita kind of thing is very normal offering you can give to Krishna or any Vishnu-like deities, Mahavishnu or any other Vaishnava deities. You can offer Panchamrita. Great remedy, great thing to do also. Ghee is very superior. I remember Dr. Pai once saying, like, he talked about doctor who recommended ghee for all kind of health issues you had, like consume ghee, put ghee on the headache, for a headache put ghee, if you have joint pain, put ghee. So that's also a very interesting thing. So of course that might definitely, ghee could be linked with certain dhatus in Ayurveda for sure. Potentially, but ghee itself was a very good thing from that regard. So that's also one big thing. So a very easy thing that can always be done also is that, like, anytime you're doing any kind of a ghee, mantra charged ghee is a very good thing to consume every day in the morning. And a lot of Brahmins do offer that kind of thing. Like you can ask Brahmins to Pandits to actually chant any mantras, whatever you want. You want wealth mantra, or you want knowledge mantra, like Saraswati mantra for kids and all that. Great thing. You could have like fertility mantras. You can literally get those kind of things actually. Like you can ask a Brahmin to charge a ghee with certain mantras, and they'll do it for 40 days, 100 days kind of thing. And then finally you can consume that as the first thing before you consume anything at all. A very simple remedy. A lot of people do this actually. This can also be done. Now, the other thing which I mentioned about the karma of hosting events and karma of hosting people, when you do have malefics in Pushya or challenging plans in Pushya, you do have the potential to invite someone who should not be invited to your home in the first place. That karma can also happen. You invited like a bad person to your home, or you invited someone who's not great energetically to your home. And it's like you invited the trouble yourself, kind of thing can actually happen. This kind of thing can also happen. So sometimes you open up your space because you are more generous and so forth, and eventually, like, it turns out the person had other intentions, or they were like not a great kind of thing going on and all that. So you have to be cautious of this karma. So usually the karma, yeah, go ahead, Yuji.
Yeah, Santhip ji, just before you move on from that, because so many things you've said about the home has been interesting. I think I wrote in the chat just because I didn't want to interrupt you, but some of the things you've said actually I've seen in charts. And this one I specifically wanted, because this is something I was just going to mention as well, and I just didn't write it down. The cost of generosity and injuries that come from generosity. like the danger of over generosity. You have to question yourself why you're doing that. And then the dangers from people using generosity on you. I actually can say I've had direct experience with numerous charts. I have seen this theme with generosity and Pushya. I've seen it both be manipulated and held over people, especially if a person has a malefic in Pushya. I've seen this. And sometimes a person doesn't even mean to do it. You'll listen to them and you can't believe they can't hear themselves.
Yeah.
And I've also seen people on the other end just giving, like you said, homes, their whole space, letting someone very close. This is a Pushya thing. I've seen this. So what just sparked in me was the boundary element that they talk about in modern psychology. If someone disrespects your boundaries, if you've
Yeah.
asked them not to do something and they still do it, are they really respecting you? So there's something very protective about your heart is in this hard, bony area. Your heart's protected by the sternum and the rib cage and it's almost as if we need to understand the lungs and the heart, these two critical things are protected by Surya, actually. So the bones. It's actually somehow important for Pushya to hear this. I'd say Cancer in general.
Yeah.
Don't weaponize your generosity. Be really
Yeah.
careful and don't be overly generous because you could be enabling something very difficult for that person. Yeah, it's profound. Actually, the thing you said about inviting gurus into the home, hosting guru, I've seen all of it. Seen a lot of what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Evji. Thanks, Evji, for confirming that because it's a real problem actually. The over generosity is a real problem. You do things like you are generous to someone or some individuals expecting kindness in return, kind of thing, or expecting them to be at your level. But then you turns out they are even much more inferior than whatever you're at. Like they have bad intentions. They came from where?
Wasn't Mahabali known for Bali was known for his
Yeah,
generosity,
that's his
right?
problem, right?
I
Yeah,
thought so. His
yeah,
charity. Yep. Okay.
yeah,
And he
yeah. His
boasted
charity
about
one.
it to
Yeah,
Rama,
exactly.
right? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so Mahabali hosted the Vamana, right? He invited Vamana, he invited his own energy, he invited Vamana to even go even further. He was disrespecting his own guru, actually, purest kind of a thing going on as far as Pushya is concerned. He did not obey to his guru, who was Shukracharya, who was advising him. So when you're ignoring the advice of your own advisors, then okay, great, you are going down, similar to that, right? So that kind of thing. So it's a very interesting thing because this really does happen actually. This happens at multiple levels. You invite someone initially as an individual, you involve them in family decisions that should be taken at the family level. You involve this, sometimes you involve energies that are outside, which are not compatible with your family energies. This can happen in many other levels. Your ancestor might have done some simplest ritual. Now you're making it a complex kind of thing. A whole lot of problems is coming. You are invited some in ideas that are not at all compatible with your philosophy to then gone, like you are combining Shakta elements with the Shaiva thing gone, so it's not completely different philosophies. So these are very important point actually, because then it can happen at multiple levels actually, and this is a real problem for Pushya natives. Because as Yuji beautifully said that of like, the attention, the awareness which you're kind of describing, right? What is your mind? What is the milk that you're putting into? What is the milk your mind is actually putting attention into? Where is your mind's energy flowing? That becomes a very important thing. Because like eventually at what level is that energy being invited? And so quite often I've seen, unfortunately, a lot of gurus do fall for it. Because most of the great guru energies will actually have this kind of they are Jupiter by default. They have that Jupiter thing going on without doubt. So quite often they do fall for this kind of thing. So most of the gurus will therefore have bad students because of that. At some point in time, they learn through their harshest students because of that. It's like you are generous with your wisdom, you're generous with your knowledge. You invite someone to your home also, and in not you realize that I should not have done this in the first place. So all this kind of thing really is a real purest thing that happens actually. So people in the teaching profession, consulting profession, doctors, lawyer, all the Jupiterian profession people at some point in time will recognize this particular thing. And the need for boundaries, need for real boundaries when it comes to something of real value, something that is very important kind of thing becomes very relevant here actually. Yeah, so that kind of thing is expired actually. So they'll most of the gurus are prepared for it. They are kind of open to it kind of thing, unless they have some other additional protections and devatas and all that, that kind of thing. Now, the other thing which I want to mention was this idea talking about gold. Because gold, in a way, it's very interesting because in India, at least, you do have a lot of spiritual traditions still relevant. Variety of spiritual traditions are there in India. A question can be asked now that Dr. Pai mentioned a lot of Indian households are having so much gold. Can that be linked with the gold being present also? Like now, what is interesting about gold itself is that the more gold you have, the more money it will attract. So that's the other aspect also, which is an interest, which is an occult thing in the sense that it's a tantric thing. If you charge certain gold with certain mantras and so forth, which some traditions do, it can actually attract a lot more specific energies towards that gold. It's a thing. Now you say you have gold. So what is the difference between having Lakshmi in your home and versus having a transaction with Lakshmi in a temple? Having Lakshmi in your home, Lakshmi will attract all the wealth to your home, right? So that kind of concept. So if you have a murti in which you have energy being present, you establish that energy, Pan Pradesh is done, you're doing puja of that energy itself is capable of attracting all the wealth that is required. So therefore in temples, if the Devata energy of the temple is very strong, it is capable of attracting all the wealth that temple requires also. It's a fairly normal thing, especially in a very strong temple kind of thing. But at the same time, the temple is attracting a negative energy, then that energy is going down also. That also can be claimed. Now, whether it's a will of the deity to make sure the warning is being given or it's a real problem kind of thing, that depends upon the temple scenario, what kind of nature events happen and so forth. Now, why I'm saying this is that usually in big temples and all that, what they'll do is that they'll do something called as Ashtamangala Prashna. For those who are not familiar with that, Ashtamangala Prashna is like basically you're doing a series of steps in which you have to analyze. Now, this need not be only a temple thing, they also do it at a family thing also to see some historical karmas of certain families, which god or goddess was worshipped. In Kerala and all that is very popular, especially in the Konkan side and all that. They'll do it to identify what are the dominant karmas that certain families have been stuck. Why is this family not growing at all? Why are they facing a lot of problems? Then usually what will happen in typical Kerala and all of that, like, okay, your ancestor worship this deity or your Kuladevam is this, you have to find this deity, you have to honor. But there are many kinds of scenarios that can happen. Either there's a deep karma of a curse of a woman who was not treated right, like some murder happened or like whatever, right? They can pull out all the karmas out in that particular space. Now, whether you are in a land of a temple, no, they bought a land, they don't even know whom the gods and goddesses whom their ancestors worshipped. Lands where that history of worship happened or families were there to deal with this kind of thing. One of the first things that happens in Ashtamangala Prashna is that after they do a Rashi Puja, like they'll do the puja of the Rashi using traditional items like, cow dung, basma and all that, and they'll do puja of it. And then after that, they'll actually ask a young child, normally a young Bala or Balika is usually linked with Mercury energy. But no matter what, a young child is can be considered to be under the influence of their mother, moon energy. Moon energy can be moon. Cancer is the child who is going to school anyway. Schooling is usually linked with cancer also. A young child basically is asked to a young child who is not at all a teenager kind of thing, not at all menstruating also. A young child is given a gold coin and asked to drop a gold coin in one of the 12 Rashis. And the young child goes around the Rashis 3 times, and finally the child will actually drop one gold coin to any of the 12 Rashis. And now, whatever be the child chosen Rashi, that is exactly going to reflect the energies of that particular location at that point in time clearly. And that Rashi, this is called as the Swarnarudam or the Swarna Aruda, the home of the Swarna. Swarna means gold actually. This gold coin, the gold. Now, here what is interesting is that the child is the purest expression of nature at that point in time. If child is around good energy, the energies will direct a child very easily to pick a certain Rashi. If the child is around certain negative energies, then, or what will be the energy, the child being a purer channel of energies of nature, more in tune with nature kind of thing, the child will pick a Rashi more in alignment with the energy of that location. But the fact that they are using a gold coin is a fascinating thing. The fact that you're using a gold coin, because here now the concept is that the gold is actually carrying jiva. It is carrying life energy, which is what is the astrology makes perfect sense. Jiva Karka, Jupiter gold therefore can be carrying jiva, which is fascinating actually, because now the next level is that Okay, if gold is carrying Jiva, what else could that mean? How else could you utilize it? Then perfectly makes sense. If you have, so therefore, what used to happen in ancient times was that in your home temple or a home altar is where all the gods would be usually kept. It was not kept in the vault. It was not kept in a secure locker room somewhere. All the gold will be around the gods and goddesses of your home temple. Even to this day, the jewelry that was worn by women and all that would be surrendered there. Like they would actually have something gold given to a deity no matter what. And most of the time, you would actually either accept it and do the Shuddhikarna and then wear it and then do the Shuddhi and again keep it back. So that the gold was always around the spiritual energies of the household, which is capable of attracting more wealth actually. And this is the simplest thing that can be done. Gold is horribly expensive right now. But you can still purchase 1/8 ounce. You can still purchase 1/16 ounce. You can still purchase 1/32 ounce also. The moment you keep any little bit of gold close to a place where you're doing spiritual practices, close to a god or goddess murti, close to a god or goddess photo, a place where you're lighting a diya or you're lighting a lamp, any spiritual place in your home, that will immediately expand. Jupiter is going to boom like anything. It will suddenly attract wealth kind of thing. It's a purest kind of thing going on. And that's perhaps the only reason why India is surviving, in my opinion. I don't think otherwise spirituality in India would have been lost, in my opinion. Now, there is other side of gold is that I remember Dr. Pai once mentioned there was an era where, like, maybe in Lord Rama's time or Lord Krishna, maybe Lord Rama's time, Rama is usually depicted with blue blood because potentially they might be having silver in their blood. So that kind of thing. So a very valid thought process can be asked, and was there a point when there was gold in the blood kind of thing going on actually? So Rama is usually depicted blue because right now we have iron in our blood, so therefore our blood is red in color. What if the main metal in our blood was that of silver? Then our blood would be blue in color. What if the metal was gold? It could be a really golden color. Now, interestingly, the devas are actually sometimes described as Kanjana and all that. They are shining, they are bright and all that. Could be the case. So the actual gods might be having golden color blood. Now, you do find some very interesting references for this kind of thing in some modern day movies. Like if you watch the latest Thor, the final Thor that got released, there is a god killer character there. The god killer character kills a god, and the blood that spills out of a god is basically like a golden color blood, actually. Now, what is fascinating here is that this was apparently one of the things which the European alchemists tried to do, in which, like, they actually tried to find you have all the Swarna Basma and all that, which originally might have been actual Swarna and actual Basma Swarna and all that. They would actually consume gold in their thing, and they would actually try to increase gold gold in their bloodstream so that they can actually get more gold in their blood kind of thing. And this was an actual alchemist kind of thing, which many alchemists would try to do this kind of thing going on. And now, even to this day, there are people who experiment all this colloidal silver, colloidal gold to increase the conductivity of their blood and all that. Interesting things you can find all that actually. Like you can get a drop of colloidal gold or colloidal silver you can drop. It will increase the conductivity. Suddenly, a lot of health issues are improving because your blood is now finally moving. There's an energetic thing getting activated. Things like that you can see. So this is also a very interesting point about gold. So definitely, without doubt, gold is linked with Jupiter. Gold having spiritual quality. Gold should be there in spiritual altar, and this was the foundation where many people keep on donating gold to the temple because that's for the spiritual center of their entire city. Big families would keep on donating gold to the big cities. I mean, in Kerala and all that, there is like this big real estate guy. Once in 2 years, he donates his vehicle of gold to the Guruvayur temple, no matter what. Like, it's a news thing, a regular news thing. This guy always does it. Like he does it. Of course, the real estate empire is expanding like anything also because of that. So there are certain temples, especially Vishnu temples, will always attract gold. And this was considered the norm. And this would ensure that Jupiter energies was flourishing in that particular region. This was a very powerful thing. And this was pretty much the norm. So
And
quite
that
often, go ahead.
gold besides Jupiter, right? So it attracts
Exactly
what
correct.
gold attracts
Yeah,
gold because it's also Jupiter, and Jupiter is very massive too. Once you are more massive, it attracts. That's how planet
exactly
formation
correct.
very practically works. Like a
Exactly
small
correct.
rock will attract many other small things, grow bigger in size,
Yeah,
bigger in mass, bigger in gravity. It attracts more, bigger mass, bigger gravity attracts more. So
yeah.
it's exactly that phenomenon you are saying.
Exactly correct.
And then
Exactly
gold,
correct.
again, with Jupiter, more massive, the same concept
Yeah.
probably.
Exactly. So therefore, in a spiritual place where Jupiter energy is maintained, like a Vishnu temple, Krishna temple, you donate gold, you offer gold. and you maintain gold energy in that thing, that would ensure the entire region would get the blessing of that Jupiter energy, to be frank. Poor would come to a temple who they'll get the Jupiter energy boosted and they'll go back to the business and work on that kind of thing, improve. Or they'll come back to the Jupiter place, the Kshetram, where the deity is being adorned with gold. Or sometimes you have the deities, this thing happen, right? Palanquin and all that happens outside the temple and all that. When the procession of the deity happens, the deity is adorned with gold. You are getting a specific energy from that deity also at that point in time. This is having its own quality to it. Like most of the temple you will find they'll have separate gold thing that is released on every once a year kind of thing, which is a very specific. You are getting more Jupiter energy on that day.
We have in Tirupati, we have Padmanabha Swami, even Golden Temple, Amritsar
Yeah.
Temple.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like if you are a Sikh and you donate, now of course, Golden Temple is already having gold. Now the moment, so if you go to Golden Temple, you'll always feel some purity happening. Now this is a very interesting point because this is an actual thing, like so this gold is having a lot of depth to it, and definitely if you have a gold, I do not advise to keep it in a locker. Keep your spiritual home, spiritual altar where you have spiritual energies gold. The moment you keep a gold ring, gold chain, gold bracelet there in a simple altar, see the boost in wealth you'll get within a month. It is like you'll get new ideas, new connections, stuff that will actually happen, and so forth. It will actually happen. Of course, you have to do purification. Actually, you don't at least do some minimum shuddhi kind of thing. Don't keep it blindly kind of thing. At least get it to a temple, get it blessed, and so forth. This can be done in multiple levels. But the purest way, if a temple you donate a gold, you from that region you can always claim blessing. That's the best thing, and many people still do this actually to this day. Now you can offer many things to a temple. You can offer a weapon, but gold is a pure Jupiter in it. The blessing you get if you donate gold to a temple will actually be knowledge. You will actually get a knowledge that will continue to generate wealth for you. You might attain like a vidya kind of thing, which is capable of solving a lot of other problems for you. And that's the other hidden thing actually. So blessing, Jupiter and blessing will, of course, there is a shreyas quality to it, which is like prosperity. But a knowledge blessing is there. So quite often when you buy books and when you just the fact that a book came into life, immediately that will attract sometimes wealth around that, which is a very interesting thing to observe, which is really what is happening. Jupiter's coming into your home. Jupiter energy is coming to you in other ways also, which can actually happen. So something very interesting point actually, because this gold is having a lot of occult significance to it. If what you call as gold right now in earth plane, if that used to be the blood of an old spiritual god, like huge giant bloods and all that is being extracted, like from the earth plane. If the blood of a god is having, like there are legends about Krishna's heart in Jagannath and all that, right? So imagine like blood of an actual god being extracted, right, from the earth and all that, of a different era. It could be capable of attracting a lot more energies also. So
But,
stuff like that. So these are
but one can argue that even, Kalyug said that he lives in gold too. So having more gold, probably even you're bringing more of Kalyug aspects too.
Yeah, but then that's why, right? You always spiritualize the gold. You chant mantras to the gold. You can actually give the gold to the gods and goddesses also. That kind of thing. So, of course, gold is there, but then if you understand it energetically, then it can be done. Whoever is maintaining gold will attract spiritual power towards them, no matter what. So, that's the foundational logic, actually. So, banks are more powerful this day and age. Why? Because all their local gold is there in locals of bank locals, actually. So, no one is going to get that power, actually, because of that. So, this is a very interesting point. So, I do think this is something worthy of thinking about. Of course, so if you give a gold coin or a anything gold to a deity, it is equivalent to asking the deity to be present in your life. That's a big thing. That's a huge thing. And quite often, that is a huge thing that can override a lot of karma. The fact that Krishna was just present in Arjuna's life was capable enough for him to win the entire Mahabharata war. So sometimes the biggest sacrifice I've seen is that, like, when you give a anything gold, it can be a gold jewelry, gold coin to a deity, sometimes you will get that kind of blessings back. Now, I have two more points actually. One is the idea of a huge point is that of river actually. Cancer is sign linked with rivers, moving, so movable water signs. So Dr. Pai also presented the Pushkara thing with rivers actually, where Jupiter and Aries, Jupiter and Cancer about to be Yamuna, Pushkara kind of thing going on. So this is an important point. So of course, this idea can be extended to all the rivers in India. At least there were rishis who were able to identify that Jupiter has moved into a particular sign. This particular river is linked with this particular sign, and therefore take a dip in this river that is there. Now, if Jupiter moves into a new sign and you take a dip in the river wherever you're at, good chance that you can still get the blessing in once in 12 years. So that's the easiest thing to do. Like, at least you will not, close to the river to use something, like say you're the Mississippi River close to you. Well, June, Jupiter will change sign, you take a dip in Mississippi River around that time. So they usually say 12 days before and 12 days after, right? So that's the day I believe you have to take a dip in, actually. That's the time period where they say. So dips in rivers is a very great remedy for Pushya people. That will calm them down like anything. Because most of the time they are very emotional people by nature. Most of the time the emotions is something that should always flow. And quite often, depending upon the grass, they get stuck with some emotions also. So you have to allow the river of life to flow. That's the whole point of taking dip in river. So you're that allowing that energy of the river of life to actually flow with your life also. So that you can experience life in all its 7 colors kind of thing going on. Now this is also linked with, now no matter what, in my opinion, Pushya, the reason why I would say Cancer as a sign, in my opinion, can be linked with Ganga as a river. In my opinion is that. Why? Even though Jupiter in Aries is a point where you are going to Ganga to take a dip, it could be that when you make Cancer as a Lagna, Jupiter is in the 10th house. So that could be a reason why your karmas are getting blessing from when you take a dip in Ganga kind of thing going on. So when Jupiter is in Cancer, you're taking a dip in Yamuna, could be like when you take a dip in Yamuna, when you make Libra the Lagna, Jupiter's in 10th house. So that kind of thing could be the logic. So Yamuna could be, so in my opinion, Ganga should be Cancer and Yamuna can be Libra kind of thing going on, in my opinion. Now, what is interesting here also that Ganga, of course, lot of tapasvis have been there, and famously Ganga Jal is capable of protecting you also. Like if you just keep Ganga Jal, a lot of mantra charged waters are come from Ganga Jal kind of thing. Origin of Ganga is also very mysterious kind of thing also. Famously, it had to be brought down from the celestial world. So even if you go to Gangotri and all that, you still see that, it's a small stream which has become a big river kind of thing going on. So there is a deep thing with Ganga by itself. So in my opinion, rivers going to Kashi, going to any cities along the Ganga, taking a dip in Ganga and all that is very powerful remedy here with Pushya. More importantly, going to temples in Ganga, along the Ganges and all that, extremely powerful remedies here. This logic can also be extended to temples along any rivers as well. If you go to temple which are close to rivers, like Ujjain, close to a river actually, like the Mahakaleshwar is close to a river there actually. So if you go to visit temples close to a river, karmas with Cancer can also be improved significantly. Can be any temple close to a river. Now, can you extend this to a creek? Yes, definitely to a point. If there's a creek close to any temple or a church or any spiritual place kind of thing, you can experience a lot of blessings there also and so forth. And river is a powerful thing. So when you take a dip in river, you can get very specific kind of blessings and so forth, in my opinion. Your movement, things that are stuck will start to move. And that's used to be a very powerful, natural way to actually improve things in your life. It was fairly normal. Now, rivers in China and all that, they actually call our rivers as dragons actually. Dragon is a Rahu entity. So river is having a capable of moving some Rahu energy for you. If you regularly connect with rivers and all that and so forth. It is very, very fascinating actually because river itself is a mystery. Ganga is personified and worshipped as a deity. Ganga Aarti and all that is done regularly in Prayagraj and Kashi and all that. So even sometimes a remedy could be as simple as doing an Aarti to a river closest to your home. Your ancestors were in a region close to a river. If you literally go to a river and give some simple offering, now need not be do a full-on aarti, do full-on puja, offer a fruit to a river. Give some now some remedies that moon in Cancer and all that, easily the remedies to offer silver coin to the river. Offer copper coins to a river, very easy remedy that many people used to do. And this was a very powerful way to get rid of energy that are stuck in your life kind of thing. And that will at least allow you are given a transaction was made with a river energy so that movement as a quality is going to come back into your life. And that's a very powerful remedy. I've seen this helping out a lot of people as well. So, and now interesting thing about river also, there is the underworld river also. The river is, you have the, I think Vaitarini river, Taitarini river for Yamaloka's river. So that is also one more river that is there in the underworld. So that is also other thing going on. Sometimes you see Cancer is interestingly the sign where Rahu's Multakon is there. So it can also indicate the underworld kind of thing going on. So karma or the lower lokas. Karma, the worlds below the Bhuloka kind of thing can also happen here. So this is a very interesting thing because Sometimes there is a river in the underworld also, which is also, you do find reference, all mythological thing, all pantheons, whatever be the culture, there's a river in the underworld there they connect with. So quite often Cancer natives do get to see the dark side of life. Whatever be the planet, they do get to see the underworld, they get to understand the hidden side, the deeper psychological side, all that kind of thing does come in actually. And definitely they do get to see gangsters at some point in time. They do get to see all that thing and all that hard as unseen aspects of life can be seen. And most of the time, this is very much Cancer is also very strong sign of rulership actually. See, like when they leadership energy, right? Sun and Moon are luminaries, both are royalty kind of planets also. So therefore, quite often when they go to places with rivers, take a dip there and all that, a lot of suddenly they find a rise in status, rise in positions in their job and all that. A lot more prominence coming to life just because they activated that energy a little bit more. The final thing I want to share was that of water actually. Water is a very pure thing because UG actually finally explained that udder of a cow logic, which helped me in a very pure way. Water is a very, very important thing because water is, you offer water as Abhisheka to Shiva so that the Shiva is purifying your mind. You're moving water, as they call it, right? And that's a very, very powerful thing because eventually your mind, when it's purified, when you actually let go of the impurities in your mind, you get to see deeper aspects of Shiva in the end. So you begin to see mind as a moving aspect of Shiva kind of thing with a lot of that. Now the simplest remedy of Pushya or any other native for with plants and cancers to bless the water they drink. This is the foundational reason why people would say grace actually, like you would bless your food and consume it kind of thing. But you can do that every time with the water you are drinking. I came across someone who would do the Varuna Gayatri mantra to the water they would drink. And then only after that they would drink the water. So Varna was, of course, like, former Indra and all that, kept a very powerful deity, protecting and nourishing your body and all that. So their health and all that significantly improved. The person was stuck in a situation and then no job for a long time. The sadisati was going on. Finally, he maintained this for a year or two. Finally, he got a job and fairly stable kind of thing going on. So that blessing your water that you're drinking is a very interesting thing. The other thing also that can easily be done is like the Pushya natives do need that puja part. They need that mantra chanting thing. They need that ritualistic aspect no matter what. Jupiter is getting exalted here. They are naturally drawn to giving advice to people. They are naturally drawn to rituals. They are naturally drawn to wisdom, knowledge kind of thing. They are walking banks of encyclopedias. All that great stuff is there. But I've seen just like they are, if you think like a priest, if you are thinking like a priestess, you need to do some rituals. It can be some personal rituals to you. You might be doing simple moon rituals. You might be doing some sun rituals. But the fact you are activating the Jupiterian way of thinking actually. And the whole rituals, foundation of rituals has always been mysticism. It is not like a thing you are doing. It has always been an internal thing. There's always an internal angle to a thing. Anytime you're lighting a diya, you're supposed to light up your own jala, your own agni kind of thing in your body. That is what you're lighting and offering to a deity actually. So that deity energy is stimulating your own agni at that point in time. You're offering water to a god. So you're contemplating upon your own water tattva kind of thing when you're doing to a deity. When offering solid food, you're supposedly contemplating your own prithvi tattva to a deity. And finally, when you do the all arti flower and all that, your own Akash Tattva was contemplated to a deity. This was the foundation of rituals. What we see as the outer thing of ritual was always rooted in Shakti and always rooted in mysticism kind of thing going on. There was a deeper side that always had to happen in the internal world. Different sampradaya, different cultures had their own versions to it. But the internal purification would also happen along external rituals. This is a big thing. So quite often when you just do something just to say, just as we are doing to appease something external to you, you are missing the point. But what I've seen with Pushya natives is that they'll always have an intuitive sense with some rituals. There'll be one of the simplest ritual that they're doing on full moon, they'll go and give something to a deity, or on new moon, they're doing some simpler ritual. They might actually write something and burn this thing off like on some day kind of thing. There'll be some simplest priestess knowledge that is coming their way, which is actually helping them to navigate their life situation in the easiest way. And what needs to happen here is that the more they approach things in a intelligent ritual, a ritual that is done with full awareness, full attention of your mind and everything, it's an extremely powerful thing for these natives. Because in many ways, these natives are not only capable of, they are default influencers. influence. They have already influenced their family, already involved drama that is happening in the family. They'll have to handle that kind of thing within the family no matter what. It's a default. They'll be handling political drama, corporate drama, handling the other drama, the friends. They are the advisory energy. They are one who's willing to question the policies in any kind of enterprise or institution. Why is this being done? Why is this not being expanded? What is the origin point? What is the import? What is the foundational thought process for this particular external things which you're doing, right? Which all this becomes very important actually. For Pushya native, therefore, doing rituals, or for lack of a better word, puja part becomes important because of that. The moment they do a surrendering to a god, everything else floods into their life. Is something I've seen, and this is and usually when you're doing what I've seen with usually with what will be the ancestral ritual that they have done is always going to carry spiritual power without a doubt. Whatever your ancestors did, if you're able to maintain that, if you're able to recreate that, what would be like? Maybe might have donated to a church during Thanksgiving, or they might have done something during Christmas time, or they might have done something around Easter time, or something like Krishnashtami is coming, they would have done something, or they would have gone to this temple. But the moment you maintain a daily ritual, extremely great. The moment you can connect a moon-based ritual, even great, because Cancer sign is linked with the moon. You have something being done on new moon, something being done on full moon. You're giving offerings to the moon. You're doing mantras on full moon. What would be simplest way? Some ritualistic aspect with the moment they start to think like a priest, the moment they do rituals, extremely powerful results can come for them because they are activating Jupiter in a very deep subconscious way. Now, here is where water is the easiest thing to do ritual with. Anytime you drink water, bless the water and drink it. Now, forget about that. Anytime you're doing deep sadhana, you're doing mantra sadhana kind of thing, have a glass of water, have a silver glass of water, a copper glass of water in front of you. Allow the water to soak all the mantras you're chanting. And in the end, once you're done with all the mantras, bless that water with your right hand and drink that water. You will feel amazed. This is the easiest way to allow the mantras to enter into your internal organs in the easiest way. The external mantra you're doing is actually going to protect your body from outside in. The mantra water that is blessed with your own mantras can internally protect you in a much more deeper way. And this is the easiest remedy. This is also one of the most cheapest thing you can do, but one of the most effective thing you can do. You are feeling afraid, chant some Hanuman Chalisa, bless the water, drink that water, you will feel strong. And you'll see a difference actually. The water is actually you can sense the qualitative difference, like the energy difference can be sensed in this kind of water. This was the original foundation when you go to a temple, when the priest is offering you tea. This was the logic that was going on. All the mantra charge thing is there. The priest is giving you water from any. They say there are a lot of longevity enhancing quality in the temple water. A lot of research is like that. But you can do that in your own home. You can do that with simplest thing, whatever you're doing, easiest remedy I can say is that. But for a Pushya native, this is like a mandatory thing because they are already they are the definition of they are the Pushya mother. They themselves are mother. They are the definition of great gurus. They are the definition of greatest aspects of humanity in many ways actually. But they can be great people. They can accomplish a lot of greatness. But at the same time, I've seen of course that's one planet kind of thing. Then rest of the planets also has to be looked into. Now, this is what I had to share. So I share a lot. I think, like I said, I came with an empty thing, but when great ideas came from everyone else, that I could reflect a little bit more. This was great. So this is what any final questions, final comments kind of thing by Dr. Pai, UG, anyone? Go ahead.
Like you mentioned about this nakshatra, I want to add two more points, very quick ones. Is how you can use this nakshatra also to remove certain curses like how Rama did. Now, I talked about Krishna and Durvasa Rishi. Similarly, Rama has Cancer Lagna and his 7th house would be a Saturn sign of Capricorn. He had to eat because for Punarvasu Nakshatra, he is Punarvasu Nakshatra, Pushya is the Sampat Tara, the next one. Right? The second star. He had to eat the berries which Shabari gave him, which was not just plucked, berries and given to him, but she used to have a piece of that and give it to Sri Rama. Do you see, Sri Rama, it helped because Shabari was not a normal, she was an old lady. Right from her childhood, she used to pluck because her guru was Mathanga Rishi. Rishi Mathanga said, Rama will come. but she spent her entire life in devotion, in going every day to the forest, plucking berries, waiting for Rama. Finally, when he came to the ashram of Rishi Mathanga, she just saw him and she knew this was Rama. That is Pushya Nakshatra. The other theme of Pushya Nakshatra is, see, there are a few nakshatras which are being categorized as Urdhva Mukha Nakshatra. Urdhva means they are facing upwards. So which are those? Rohini, Ardra, Pushya, Shravana, Dhanistha, Satabhishak, and all the Uttara Nakshatras. Now, why did I mention this? Because in my research, what I found out with nakshatras is Urdhva Mukha is associated with those rare herbs that you find on mountain tops and high altitude herbs. See, Lakshmana is a nakshatra is Ashlesha. For him, his 27th nakshatra would be Pushya, which is a Urdhva Mukha nakshatra. Hanuman had to get him the rare herbs of Sanjeevani from a mountain, Dronagiri mountain. Why mountain herbs are so powerful? Do you know why? Because high altitude environments expose plants to low oxygen, high UV radiations, extreme temperature shifts which are there, and poor soil nutrition can brave anything to go and eat from the mountain tops. They eat those because there are exceptionally concentrated bioactive compounds which are rich in adaptogenic, rare, medicinally potent herbs which grow only on the mountain tops. Like, for example, Shilajit, Peruvian maca, right? So you might need, or in Nepal, there is another herb which is grown only on the mountains called Yasragumba. Have you heard of those? So there are so many such. Yarrow grows, Arnica, homeopathy, they grow on mountain tops. So anybody, even who has been suffering from EDF, erectile dysfunction, you have to go for such, aphrodisiac herbs which will help you with your EDF. And if they are administered when the moon is transiting Urdhva Mukha Nakshatras, they will. So Lakshmana had to be only administered the herb which comes from the mountains, rare herb, not from the normal plains. Santhip, I remember once an old lady gave you certain roots and said throw it into a ocean. Do you
Yes,
remember?
right. Yeah, it happened in Kanyakumari actually. Yes.
Yes. Why? Because she was trying to rectify your Adhomukha nakshatras, facing downwards, which means roots.
Yeah.
So think about these nakshatras are really potent because our karmas lie there. Some simple things that you see in these stories are not just random. They really bring out transformative, healing energies which are really needed for us. Anyway, I think I want to, unless EG and Aditya, it's been a very long session. Aditya, time check. Do you think this is one of our longest videos that we have ever done by any standard?
I think so.
Yeah, I
Sandeep,
think this
that
is the
was
longest
great.
person.
All of you, this has been great, though. I was really surprised, Dr. Paiji, about the leg thing. I mean, we know it's shunny, but I just wouldn't have thought with Pushya in general. There was just a few things that all of you said in here. I was like, oh, this is very
Yeah.
fascinating.
Shani is also the eighth lord, also, Dr. Pai, in the Pai Padis
Yeah.
thing, right? So, eighth lord kind of
Yes.
thing
Right.
makes sense for eighth lord to come through Shani Karkas. Interesting also. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, anything else? So before we wrap up, guys, it was been a fantastic video, and I think I know it's been long, and we all need to take some rest after this video.
So now we have to do Maga, right? Next time.
Yeah, Maga's left actually. Yeah.
on
That will-
Magga. And then there's a few I missed that if you guys would want to do videos again and just
Yeah,
help me
yeah,
on
it'll be
those
fine. Yeah, that'll be
nakshatras,
great.
I'll do those with you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know which one's a Kritika for sure.
Right. I think you missed out on Hasta, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Moola also.
Partially, maybe.
yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, great. So I think this
New
will
Year,
be,
everyone, once again. Happy
yeah,
Makar Sankranti.
yeah,
Yes.
happy
Oh,
Makar
right.
Sankranti about to happen. Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
great,
Thank
great,
you,
guys.
everybody.
Good. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Right.
Thank you. Namaste.